Alright, welcome back everyone. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は283日目です。It is day 283. It is Wednesday again, so that means we have new lessons. Either they are additional or movement lessons, right? And this time is kind of on the high side. There's 6 of them. And as far as I know, or what it seems like is, those 6... while they count for lessons, I don't think they add to the review counter because that's the offset number following. I don't know. I might have missed some of them because usually these are very small numbers compared to the group. We just had our second review, the second lesson of level 27, and it's on the smaller side actually. There's 56, so that means there are at least 2 other things going on here. So today we're gonna see how well we retain those. This might be a bumpy one. All right, let's get right into it. I think yesterday went pretty smoothly, right? And we do our lessons afterwards. Review first. Okay. Rip. Wait, hold on. All right. I did this yesterday and I'm going to try to start to do this today. All right. So I see angry. And when I see angry, right, female, stool, heart, I see dog. And I draw a complete blank. Okay. So where can I go from? I might have used she. Alright, we're gonna skip this one for now.
Nayami.
Nayami. Huh. This overlaps with something. I remember this overlaps with something. It overlaps with... and it's the pairing. It's one of the... it's the less common pairing stuff. Oh, what is it? I had problems with this one. It's kakawaru. To get involved or to be involved? Get involved? Or to be involved? Okay, that's fine. Connection. My connection with this is pretty weak. Okay. Hmm. That's a ground and not a slide. I see. How they go about that? Okay. When I'm looking at that, I see the leader and connect, find the connections of the thread. Those things slide into place. It's a walk. Okay. And then Kaka will bounce off. Yes, will bounce off of the reed. Okay. An alarming thing. Oops. I mean, plural, not plural. Fine. I immediately type yo, but is it though? It's not. What do you mean, good sir? So I immediately see I'm guessing that's a spear, and hometown. What do we have on spear and hometown? Context sentences good enough. Something about a limit. Have character weaknesses. I'm gonna pass on this. What? Does that not prevent? Oh, whoops. I'm thinking of a disaster. Oh. Heck. No. Oh.
腹
Hara.
家庭教師
Kyoshi. Oops, private tutor. Home tutor. I mean, sort of similar deal. Wait. Did I type Baku or Paku?
切迫
I typed Baku by accident. Baku. Wait. Flood and retreat. Or no, this is cut and urge. Oh, that makes a little bit more. Okay.
アメリカ製
America say. Oh, it's this chapter. Or this level.
迫害
Nice.
可燃ごみ
Gomi. What? Heck.
就職
Okay, so we have to differentiate between okay. Oh no, I don't have to think about this.
悩む
Nayamu. One of them, I think this is my first Onyami he, right? It's okay, what do I see? I see pole and retreat. There was a lot of heat, so they decided to retire. It's something like in no, retreated.
引退
Intai. I think this is resigning. Or resign. Or retiring, so retire. Retire, not. Similar things too. What? Oh.
制作
This. Heck. Oh. Yep. Alright. Get a dead end on thread. Get a dead end on thread on this one. Oh, that's tightened. So
締結する
it gets suited. I don't like to solve, but to tie things up. How do you tie things up? To conclude? Okay.
迷路
It'll. That one might be a problem in the future. I recently learned the onyomi for that, and I'm not sure what it is at the moment. Or one of the onyomi. Okay. Huh. Dang. Hmm. I'm stuck on the stool. Yeah, I'm stuck on the stool. Don't think it's not hmm. Get this.
日本製
Hmm. Oh man. The lost person. I mean, we're gonna write lost child, but oh, I think it's like
迷子
Michael. What the? Oh, we're up to that for burning. Dang. You?
「受領証
Studio show. Okay.
症状
Dojo. Oh, there, Danny. Hello, hello. The laughs, huh? How are you, Danny? What's on your mind today? You're back. Yes, you are. You're most definitely, certainly back. What am I doing today? Same thing I've been doing every day in the year of 2025, which is, I talked about that language learning thing before. That was before I started. I think you caught me when I was drawing. That's the month project. This is the year project. Now we're doing Japanese language learning with the cards, so to speak, the base rep thing.
迷う
So lost. Something about mayonnaise. You got lost in gorging. Oh, that doesn't work that well. Okay, I got lost in getting lost. Um. Hmm. To hesitate to waver. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. Happy crow. So, what do you usually do? Do you consistently? Oh yeah, you didn't mention about work, right? What do you do on a bid on hump day or around hump day? Wednesday. You're at work at the moment. Oh, okay. Gotcha, gotcha. I'm not sure if I ever got a response. Is your work related to what you're doing as a passion project? Gas station. Oh, okay. You wish it was? Man, the gas station thing kind of reminds me of, what's his name? Barone? I forgot his first name. Concerned Ape. Eric. Eric is his first name. Eric Barone's story, where he, like, on the side worked while he worked on his, Stardew Valley thing, but I think he was more like working and studying and doing that too, while he was working on Stardew Valley. I remember reading the interview on him. I don't think it was a gas station though, but it was something. He had a similar situation. It was probably. Let me see if that's. Let me see if Gemini. Yeah, he was a computer science graduate. He pursued that, and he balanced mentioned something about balancing a job with that too. Beginnings, humble beginnings, right? Humble beginnings. My first job outside of my parents' restaurant was the bowling alley. No art today, it's afterwards. So you're a bit early for that. It goes in sequences. So when I was doing artwork, I already did this. I already finished this. Artwork is the monthly project. This is the yearly project. And there are two things. This is the first. I only started my day a couple, like 30 minutes ago. Oh. Moyasu.
燃やす
Moyasu. Yeah, this is the main focus. Hey, how you doing? How you doing today? Daniel? 今日は元気ですか? Or Daniel. Oh. Daniel-san. 今日は元気ですか? Or 最近どうですか? Whichever one. Good enough. It's a formal way to ask like a stranger, right? Or 最近どう for something like casual. You don't really need the des. One was today. Daniel, how are you? How are you feeling today, formally? And then the other one was how are you doing, formally. However, they both kind of flex into each other. Japanese. Here's an interesting about Japanese, which lines up a lot with English nowadays, especially on Twitch when you're typing. When you say hello, it means all of that. When you greet, it typically means all of that. So when someone says hello, they really mean how are you, what's up, and all that. So when you're saying like hello, you greet with the time of day. So if it's in the afternoon, konbawa, right? Konbawa, and you address the person first. So Danieru-san, konbawa, right? And then morning will be ohayo, right? And that's it. That's what they do. They don't really exchange pleasantries. So asking the phrases that I used is when two people are already familiar with each other. But you can still use formalities to make it so that it's a little bit less casual. All of these things usually play in Japanese culture. In English would be lack of communication and lack of pleasantries to determine how strangers are. So when you say hello and you don't say anything else, then it's a lack of pleasantries that create casual or stranger danger kind of thing. Yeah, in Japanese it's assumed. A lot of times when you're doing mannerisms and speaking, it's built into the way you behave. You know, keeping in mind that 99.9% of Japanese speakers and those who use that on a daily basis is in Japan. So despite there's variations in Japan itself, it's still far more homogenous than English speakers. Where English speakers, you're like, I don't know, we'll just say whatever I say, and then we'll figure out later if you're willing to invest, because English is, you know, a lingua de franca. So whoever is behind the speaker of English has their cultural normities imbued into the language. So whenever I say, oh, hello is exchange, I'm referring to Twitch chat. Like very locally referring to Twitch chat. And even then there's variations in Twitch chat. You know, in the world that I live in, the outside, if I go outside, it'll be hello, how are you? And there will be no response. It's exchanging, oh, how are you? Good, how are you? And then the conversation ends. That's where the pleasantries are, right? In Japan, oftentimes you don't say that. You acknowledge each other's existence, possibly, or you simply go about your way, unless there's business. Yeah. And my parents are from China, who habitually do that as well. Although they've been very acclimated to the American English side of things and saying hello to everyone they see. But usually, you know, different countries have different things. You may make, you can possibly make eye contact. You don't make eye contact. Don't make eye contact with a passing stranger. On Twitch, you have to acknowledge someone's thing with a pleasantry. So that's the closest thing I have in Japanese. You greet the time of day, and that's about it. Until you establish. The question is, I'm still not sure. I don't interact with Japanese people on a regular basis, so I don't know how they establish familial relationships. Like, do you sit there, watch each other for quite some time until business happens, and then you exchange businesses? And what I mean by businesses is not like we're paying each other to do something, but like if something similar happens, like, oh, you played a video game, that person played the same video game, and the business is to talk about the video game, and then that brings those two people together, which is very much like other people on Twitch, right? So the Japanese lifestyle and culture, like the pop culture of Japanese style, has trended really well with the increasing behavior online, which makes Japanese very trendy. Things that are portrayed in pop culture from Japan are heavily correlated with Twitch culture, right? So the English kind of reflects that, which is great. Saying interesting is something that I inherited from being like Chinese, and my interest in Japanese culture. Omoshiroi is a very common phrase, which is interesting. You can use that as a response to many things. That hasn't become a social norm in some time. Interesting, using the word interesting when I was growing up was more ascribed to individuals who are scholars, right? They would respond because it's more like a passive response of, I'm thinking about it, that's intriguing, and therefore I cannot make commentary other than saying that I'm thinking about it. Back in the day, it would be something like, I know, yeah, okay, all right. But now interesting has become a social norm, which is ever fascinating. Ever fascinating. Now I use, for lack of a hipstery response, I typically use intriguing, fascinating, so that those are also synonyms for interesting. And boy, has English changed over the years. But Japanese culture is very trendy, and I don't necessarily think it's hard. It's not like chicken or the egg, like which came first, whether the interest in Japanese subculture because of its media created the English normalization or the other way around. But English is being able to speak English and type English is really flexible, largely because English has acquired whatever is trendy. And nowadays, it's kind of sobering to see other people sound like what I sounded like as a teenager. You only know English and Spanish. I didn't want to presume, but based on your last name, Gonzalez, I thought you might be able to speak Spanish. Are you a heritage speaker? Or are you actively studying and use English and Spanish scholastically? I do speak another mother tongue. I mentioned that my parents are Chinese. They are Fujian or Fujianese. So we speak a dialect at home, which is not taught. 不知我聲音係中文的講話嘅拼音嘅呢係中文聲這不是中文，中文是national language, right? So I do Mandarin after Japanese, but Mandarin is national language. Fujianese is not, which you can hear probably the difference between Fujiwa, like Fuzhou Hua and Fujiwa. Those are the two ones. So I'm a heritage speaker in the Fuzhou dialect. That's what I usually use to speak to my parents. Mandarin, I gotta work on because Mandarin is not used. And I grew up in most of my life, maybe 80 to 90% of my life, I grew up using English as the common language. However, it's obligatory to speak in my family in Fujianese because, except for my sister, I do have a slightly younger sister. We are English speakers. You grew up with it because of family. Okay. That's what I refer to as heritage speaking. I don't know if you plan on, say, for example, we talked about your work, right, with flowers. For example, what I mean by a non-heritage speaker is that maybe you want your show to also be in Spanish and have a Spanish cast because you use Spanish as a common language as well, which in the United States, for me personally, I'm not sure if you're in the United States, but for me, that's a very common thing. Spanish was my first learned language. It's kind of humorous to say that because I do have a mother tongue. You're in California? Oh, okay. I get it. Yeah. By any chance, are you around the San Diego area, perhaps, or Los Angeles? Posible, probablemente. Hablo poco español, but necesito estudiar, right? Necesito estudiar más. You're in Salinas. Oh, near San Francisco? Okay. I was born around the New York area, so most of the Spanish that I hear is either Puerto Rican or Dominican. Puerto Rican and Dominican Spanish. And I actually grew up in the suburbs when it comes to education. So when my Spanish is often taught by a Latina, usually a Latina from Mexico, or it's usually Mexico, or both the times. I spent 4 years ish, late high school to college, doing Spanish, and I was gonna try to squeeze Spanish into all of this again somewhere, but I do artwork in October, so, and then I won't do artwork after that. Maybe sparingly here and there if it comes. My Spanish is good, maybe it's good enough, I think. I think it's good enough. Obviously, the good enough is playing video games. I don't know if you play video games and encounter Spanish speakers, but most of the time the Spanish that is available is like the stuff that I'm saying is stuff you have to say in video games. Like someone's like I don't know, quien hablar, right? Quien hablar able? What the heck is able? Usually someone would ask like, who here speaks Spanish? And I'm like, well, I'm able to read Spanish, and I'll reply in Spanish if that's okay, right? And those are about the only phrases that tend to happen. So in actuality, it's kind of very useful to be able to, right? Reading Spanish is far better than speaking Spanish. Reading Spanish is fine. One day we'll find more time to use that. Japanese I rarely, seldomly get to use, other than watching anime and listening to blogs and podcasts. Do you listen to Spanish things? Like maybe music, cultural things, cultural related things? I don't think I've ever been to the around San Francisco. I've been in San Francisco myself. You grew up with Spanish cartoons. Oh, you live in Mexico for a bit? Oh, that's kind of neat. I have not visited Mexico. My sister has visited Mexico City before. Yeah. It's kind of funny because I'm pretty sure she did the touristy thing where I think she got a stomach. she had eaten something disagreeable, which is one of your like memeable situations. Spanish cartoons. Can you give me an example of a Spanish cartoon? I'm not familiar with Spanish cartoons, unfortunately. I do want to, actually, I wouldn't mind watching a Spanish cartoon. The closest thing are often Spanish American cartoons. So they would be like, they would throw Spanish phrases into the show. Like, for example, hear me out. When I was watching this last month, I already mentioned I was watching King of the Hill. And man, some of the early episodes where Peggy is a substitute Spanish teacher, oh my gosh. Me lamo Peggy Hill. It is American cartoon, just in Spanish, like SpongeBob. Okay, yeah. That's how I've come to be very accustomed to Spanish, especially Spanglish. Spanglish. My life has been largely like that. So I'm not sure if you were born in Mexico and then in early years your family immigrated to the United States, but I'm second gen, so most of the stuff deals with a combination of English and the language. So doing this can be something that's off-putting to other people. So I wanted to make sure that while I laugh and find this normal, some other people don't find this very like, I don't know, appropriate. Right, Japanese is definitely one of those where when you have a monolingual person, someone who only use English, right, for the longest time, when they go and approach to learn another language, they typically want to approach it like a monolinguist. The idea is that you always think in the language to facilitate learning, right? facilitate the language. But for myself, it's very common for me to substitute words while I'm learning the other words. So oftentimes, like, I don't know, right? What? How should I say this? Like, ni jiao what? Or like, who you know, who habla en español, right? Like the idea is, if I can't think of a word, we're just gonna substitute whatever word comes to my mind and then talk it out, right? Despite some people saying you can create a bad habit, and in doing this, I don't necessarily think it's the same thing. You should rewatch a cartoon you like in Spanish. I do that. That's how I learn. That's how I learn how to use the language. So, like, for example, anime can be watched in English with Japanese subtitles sometimes if you're lucky, and then you can have English on English subtitles. Then you can rewatch the show in Japanese with English titles, and then Japanese with Japanese subtitles if you are lucky that is subtitled in Japanese. And just nowadays, actually, you can probably watch Japanese with Mandarin subtitles. So that's what we do. So I only draw in October, but I play video games other months. And video games are also multilingual, and they are multi-localized. So the series that I actually play every year, which there's going to be a new series in the game next year, is the Like a Dragon series. It is triple dubbed. It is they have 3 casts. They have a Japanese cast, a Mandarin cast, and an English cast, and their entire game is localized in multiple languages. So the idea is that you can experience these things. And one of the biggest places to watch cartoons over again, or movies or TV shows, is Disney. Disney is internationally localized at all time, like pretty much all the time. So those were the first days when I occasionally watch, you know, from time to time, watch things in German and French just to see what it sounds like. But most of the time, international in terms of Spanish. What was the last thing I watched in Spanish? It doesn't have to be cartoons, obviously. There are live action shows that are in multiple languages. What is a Spanish produced thing? I've been looking for someone to suggest a Spanish produced show. It's not coming to me right now, so it's been a while since I have watched a Spanish show. The closest is Portuguese, which is 3%. El Chavo animado? El Chivo. Not sure, but I'll give that a watch. Oh, El Chavo. Sorry, El Chavo animado. Oh, that's kind of cute. Uncultured. Listen, fictitious. Oh, that's kind of cute. Interesting. First episode 2006, final episode 2014. Huh. I'll give it a watch. Why not? Now you might hear me out. Someone might say, like, well, why are you watching like children's cartoons and whatnot? That's kind of weird. I'm like, sometimes I like to think of mediums for learning, for language learning. So if any of these things are kind of interesting, they can be suggestive for language learning, right? I think one of the things about language learning, they got simple words to learn. Yeah, I mean, like, the closest thing I can think about for kids TV for like second gen is like Dora the Explorer, right? The last time I watched a Spanish thing. I'm trying to think of what was the last thing I watched. I was in Spanish. I was gonna play. By the way, I was gonna play. The first Spanish thing I was gonna do is I was gonna save it for the end of the year, but it's a game called Crypt Master, and for whatever reason, the indie developer for Crypt Master is also Spanish speaking. So their game, it's a word game. It's a dungeon crawling RPG word game, and it was for English, but for whatever reason, this indie developer is probably Spanish speaking. They have their game in Spanish audio and localization, and those are the only two languages that are supporting. My other option was I was going to play Cyberpunk 2077 and its updated DLC in Spanish, because CDPR is large enough as a corporation to dub their games in Spanish. For Japanese, it's very common to find like Japanese language learning apps and other Japanese games that are already in Japanese. And in Chinese is very trendy now. So in a matter of a couple years or so, there will be outside of the indie scene and then your occasional blockbusters like Black Myth Wukong and stuff. There are many uses for that, and because I grew up with Chinese things like shows and stuff, that's already a common thing. So in Spanish, yeah, we have some plans for that type of thing. This is in addition to, again, I don't do artwork 11 months of the year, so I was thinking though I should also watch El Chavo del Ocho. Oh, that's why when I Google searched it, I have two things. Oh, interesting. Oh, it's a live action one. Oh, wow. Is it related? Oh, I didn't realize. Wait, are these things related? I didn't realize that. Actually, I was planning on watching El Chavo, like the El Chavo del Ocho, but El Chavo Action, the original. Oh, this is the original. Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, see, I was actually planning on watching this at some point, the show. This has been mentioned before. Oh, thank you for the suggestion. I mean, I have something to watch in the evening. I've been looking for things to watch after King of the Hills, like 14 seasons. I'm looking for a new show. So nice. Gonna try to get a little cultured, you know? Gotta increase my culture awareness. All right. I have something to watch. And the nice thing about Spanish right now is if the show is more about the dialogue, right? Like these shows tend to be more about the characters and whatnot, as opposed to like watching your eyes be glittered with fantastical things. I enjoy listening to TV shows, especially things like King of the Hill, Family Guy, Simpsons. It's about the dialogue. Bob's Burgers, it's usually about the context, the stuff. So listening to Spanish in the background is something that I'm very comfortable in doing. It's kind of like One Piece. I after the Japanese, like after a couple months to years in Japanese, you can listen to One Piece across. Espirioto is like super famous in Mexico. Yeah, El Chavo's creator. Yeah, I know. Yep, it's one of the reasons why El Chavo was on the list. I try to at least watch like one thing from someone else, right? Like from other things, from other countries. I try to watch maybe one or two things to expand my culture, right? So from time to time, like if I had to think of contemporary stuff, right? German, my most recent German for sure is Dark. Dark is a wonderful show. I mean, I watched Das Boot as well, but that's a different story. Das Boot is kind of like Battleship Potemkin for cinema. You have to like really be into classic cinema for those things. And then obviously there's cinema classics like Alfred Hitchcock, which this is independent of. Now this is more so about the craft of cinema than it is about the language. French, it's kind of hard to ignore in the gaming there. Clair Obscur, the video game, if you want to do some French. I still am in the honeymoon period of Clair Obscur. Maybe you will watch your cartoon. I hope so. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to watching a cartoon one day. I watch a lot of PG-13, like family-oriented stuff, because it helps me get in touch with, especially when it's like semi-autobiographical. So when I asked you, like one of the first questions I asked you when you said you were making a family-oriented show and you talked about your experiences, or it was supposed to mirror your experience, I asked a question before then suggesting that was there some resonance from someone's story, because oftentimes these family-oriented cartoons, their first passion projects, there's a story behind it. There's a story behind it that you get to connect with the person before maybe their interest goes elsewhere, right? There's the pre-publication story, the indie project, right? And then there's the post-professional life story, which the post-professional life tends to be very different from the initial passion project. And those family shows tend to have roots in the original passion project first. Like it's difficult. I enjoy reading hearing and following people when they first start. Humble Beginnings is quite electric. I'm trying to think of an example in family cartoons. Oh, I'll have to get back to you on that, if there has been a recent one. I think there's been a lot of revivals lately in it, which is what I mentioned 2 days ago, or when we first talked. There's an uptrend. There's an uptrend in family cartoons. Just a lot of wholesome, overcoming adversity, coming of age stuff. Fetishes and I talk about coming of age stuff all the time. I watch a lot of movies that deal with coming of age. Like, just recently I watched regardless of what media said, I watched the Lilo and Stitch live action movie. I thought it was fine. Most of the criticisms is geared towards not doing enough, but I wasn't looking for not doing enough. I was just looking for that message that the movie communicated. It was interesting. There were some very interesting directions they took. And then I watched Blade Runner 2049, which was someone mentioned it because it's one of their favorite movies and whatnot, so I watched that. And then yesterday I watched The Naked Gun, which that has a different type of history, and wow, The Naked Gun was interesting. It's kind of like a slapstick. It's a slapstick comedy that was based on another historical. It's a reference to kind of a spiritual sequel to a very early American comedian actor. there was another kid that I know. We talked about watched this really interesting movie, 12 Angry Men, classic 1957. Really, really interesting. And then we have, K-pop Demon Hunters. I don't know if you've seen K-pop Demon Hunters, but that would be like your current social standing, right? Computer graphics. A W movie, yeah, K-pop Demon Hunters. And then we watch a bunch of biopics because Fictitious also watches biopics. So watch a bunch of biopics. Biopics is also on the uptrend. I think it goes with the sentiments of biopics, goes along with family-oriented uptrend in cartoons, because they're talking about the current society and stable life. We're trying to find stability, and biopics tend to be about people from that era, like 40-ish years ago. You even saw it in Spanish? Yeah. Those are the movies that I would watch in different. I watched it in Korean. I don't know any Korean. I just wanted to watch it in Korean. Language, I'm not sure if you find similar aspects, but language, for the longest time, since I use more than one language most of the time, and the language that I speak at home, it's dealing with only listening. You can only listen for the things. I've always seen or hear language as forms of sound, like musicality of sound. So when I watch other shows and stuff, that is first before reading and writing and trying to make sense of it. It's more for the association of sound. So the musicality of language is one of the things. So when I listen to different languages, while I may not understand the language, it gives me different feelings. Like there's different accents and expression in the voice actors. The language itself inherently have some sort of cadence. While Spanish might not necessarily be a tonal language, there are tones in Spanish, and English has tones as well, but they're not used functionally for pronunciation, like of words and stuff. In Chinese, though, I've always thought, I've shared this a couple times already. When I'm listening to music, when I hear lyrics, sometimes lyrics can be very difficult to understand and whatnot, where despite knowing the language, like I still have a terrible time understanding English lyrics, because oftentimes lyrics are also a reflection of their time. So like, for example, if you listen to the lyrics of this day and age, like obviously we belong to different generations, but when you are listening to a music with lyrics that are of your generation, you can have contextual clues that can help you discern them and feel them out. But when you become out of touch with the lyrics and composition of the culture, musicality can unify that, like the idea of how the song sways and stuff. But I often thought that there's one that is seemingly everything sounds like gibberish, and that's Chinese music, especially Mandarin music. And the reason why I mention tones is there's a reason for it. There's a really practical reason. Chinese tonality affects pitch. So instead of like completely writing a song to pitch to the pronunciation of the words, they abandoned that. So what happens is I got caught up in this thing where, everyone, like Eminem, for example. Eminem is a great example. Growing up, during my time, Eminem was like uptrending. He's still trending to some extent, but he was like, his rocket to fame. So people are listening to Eminem, and I'm like listening. It's like I think I understand English, like. And then all these kids, when they're like listening to the track, they immediately can like sing 2 or 3 tracks back, like the lyrics back, right? And I didn't get a single sentence or like a single thing. I'm like, okay, I think he said like yes and money a couple times. Like I don't know how those words put together, like what's going on. So I read lyrics. I often read lyrics, and then when you can read the lyrics, you can find the lyrics in the song. But there are so many things that people do when they're like listening to lyrics, and they can do it so well. I can't, obviously, and that's one of the like the fun things about learning a language. And hear me out. How's this related to my Chinese thing? Because that's how I treat Chinese music and German and Spanish music. I can tell you how the song feels, what type of pitches are in the song. Like, did it pitch up? Was there a meter change? Did the speed, the cadence change? Did the percussion and the different tracks change? And did the person sing louder and softer and faster and more rapid, or their dynamic pitches? That's what I hear first. I didn't hear the language first. So ultimately, because of my way of focusing on songs, it takes me absolutely forever to figure out what people are singing in their lyrics. I bring this up because when people learn language, and they learn based on listening to songs, like one of their passion projects is that, oh yeah, they absolutely love anime music. So their encouragement and motivation to learn Japanese is to translate Japanese songs into English, like poetically in their own way, right? And my first thought is, I can't even I don't think there's any amount of studying, like I will try, obviously, but I think there's a very rare chance that regardless of how much I understand language, I can't orient myself to, or like it's difficult for me to orient myself into lyrics. Like to this day, when people like listen to a track and they just sing back the chorus, I'm like, I forgot all the words. Like maybe if the same 3 words were repeated next to each other, like I love you, like 6 times over in the song, I might remember that. Or the easiest way I can remember something is if the song lyric is the title of the song and I know what the title of the song I'm listening to, then I'll be listening for that in the song, so then I'll remember the song, like where it is in the song. But other than that, like We Are Old. Oh, so you feel the same. That's pretty good. I often feel like the other person that I'm speaking to are so much better at that because they focus on the context, like the song itself, like the actual words. People talk about how, oh yeah, this song, when that person said this, it felt good, and I'm like, ay, ¿dónde? ¿Dónde está? ¿Dónde está, mi amor? In the song, right? Like, I don't know. Anyways, I still feel the same about listening as well. Dialogue is a whole different story though. Like when you're watching a show, like a family show, and you're hearing conversation, that's where I thrive. But music, music still got nothing on that. Here's one related to the Eminem thing. During Eminem's rise, maybe like a year or 2 later, what's his name? Sean Paul trended after Eminem, like sometime a couple years after Eminem, and when kids were singing along to Sean Paul, I swear they're just making up words. Like what I mean is when they're singing, they're like singing the song. I swear they just sing whatever they think Sean Paul is singing, and it's probably not what he's singing. But when I hear Sean Paul like on the radio, I have no idea what he's singing, and I think my English is fairly good by then, right? Like I was already in high school and whatnot, but holy, to this day I can't even tell you. Hold? No, I can't tell you one of the lyrics in any of those songs that I hear nonstop, because I used to work in like a public space and whatnot, so you hear the music play in the background everywhere. I still can't. Something about like keep me warm. I think keep me warm was part of one of the lyrics. I think. Sorry. All right. I'm gonna refocus now. We gotta get to our art today, so gotta keep on track on our Inktober. Did I ask you if you're ever interested in Inktober, or do you just continue to work on your project whenever you have the time? Do you spend time taking some enrichment elsewhere? Like, how do you enrich your process, if I may ask? All right. This is special. What?
どなる
Not it. Okay. Take. What? Okay. What do I see? I see I can use Meru. I probably did. And then that's accept. But it's a Jew. It's probably Jew. And then how can I connect? Did I connect Jew? Meru. Womp womp. Oh, wait. This is off of... This is the store, probably. So to store it, something like osa? Osameru.
収める
Osameru. Osameru. Pretty sure it's store. Okay. All right. Let's do like our blank memory exercise. So. Okay. I immediately see accept and meru. So. And then I see Jew. Oh no, it's shoe. Okay. That would explain it. The missing link is shoe. But how do I get to Osa from shoe? That's too far. The shoe container is too far from the Osa. He meru the osa in a shoe container. I think that's storage. We're trying to do our blank jerk reflex way of remembering things. See if that improves anything. Okay. And it's gone. Excuse me? No. Oh, no, it's just... Oh, what? Wait. Kenbutsu?
Kenbutsu.
Kenbutsu. What the? Kenbutsu? Discovery? Adventure? Oh, no. It's like seeing things for the first time. How do you, like, sightseeing? Okay. I mean, discovery and sightseeing are kind of similar.
Koyo.
Oh, yo. What? Oh, no, wait. Heck! It's like public run or government business. Oh, government business. They're all very similar. Publicly run, the public is the government. The government run. And then government business is something that is government run. Okay. Oh man.
Shokyu.
So cute. Okay. Sake? Isaki. Soku. Soku. Tadashi.
規則正しい。
Soku tadashi. Tadashi. Standard, typical, rule, normal, ordinary. Oh, tadashi. Like routine, regular. How do I... Is routine fine? Oh, routine is fine. Regular. Oh, regular, orderly, systematic. Yeah. All of them. It's just very, very your standardized stuff. What the public say? What in the... Oh, this is lawsuit. That's not hot. Something changed about this one. I think it's the first onyomi for Kumi. There's something about organization, right? We did something about an organization. Soap. Weaved. Oh, I remember the thing that we skipped. Yaro. It's actually rude. So that's why I don't remember. Yaro is the thing. One of the first thing we skipped. Now that I think about it. Negative words. How does this? Something about Kumi. I know. Shiki. So it's like shiki. Shikio. Oh no. Shiki. So. 組織 組織
組織
organization. Okay. Oops. I don't know if they went with benefit or profit. We're gonna go with benefit. Alright, cool. Oh. Hima.
暇
Okay. What?
製品
I thought it was gonna be pin. Dehi. I still don't got the pin and the H row, the ha row with the rendaku. Still kind of a mixed bag. What in the world? It's not me. Paste. Okay. Me. So they went with, oh, me is onyomi. I thought it was, that was kun. Okay. Okay. Oh no. I'm gonna say, dang it. Pretty sure that's yaku. Some part of me want to think it's shin, right? I wrote Ken right away. This is a burn item. So far away. Gotta go back. Alright. Gotta go back into my... to the back. Way into the back. Back. Where are you? Shinyaku sounds... Could it be To? No. No, we have to go back to the...
呼ばれる
呼ばれる Ah? Okay. 네.
残額
zangaku. Nope. That is not it. Oh, wait. Oh, this is I wrote atsu for dense, but dense. What the dense? Because it lines up.
木星
Okay. Fudan. Futan.
負担
Dan. What the fudan? Fudan burden? Okay. Heck.
– 気持ちいい
Chi. Okay. Heck. Heck. What the? Rude building. What the heck is it? How do I have root building? Oh, wait. This is Gen. So what did I think was Gen before? Yeah, this is Gen. Itsu? No. Dang you. Heck. This is definitely a burn character. Something about reserve. So standing, right? Standing. It's not the same as probably rank. Okay. Okay. I see tie-in, tater tots, see Meru. Ooh, this one's rough. Something about making sure the tie-in it. So the tater tots so that they get shipped or mailed properly. I think this one kind of fell by the wayside. Oh there, Bree. Oh, hey. Gamer Duo. Is that the free like badge you get for the whole drop thing. And it's been a while, Bree. How have you been? What have you been up to? Oh, she.
閉める
Not much, just excitedly waiting for the new Pokemon to drop. Oh yeah, at midnight. Yeah, yeah. It looks like it did pretty okay. Yeah. The pre-release stuff. Oh.
長崎県
What?
「不規則
Not standard? Not legal? Not standard? Atypical? What the? Irregular? Oh my gosh, all of them are the same. You watched a couple Australian streamers play the intro of it when it came out for them. Hopefully it's as fun as it looks. Fair enough, fair enough. I mean, you have a Switch too. You gotta find your value in your Switch, you know? What? Is that not Sue? Oh. I meant, yes.
学
Oh, right. Gaku can also be standalone. Taku.
圧迫
I only think of oppress when I see this, but it's something else. They want something else. Pressure. You bought both versions because you have no friends for trade evolutions. You'll have to trade from your regular Switch. Oh, I didn't realize they still do trade evolutions. And yeah, Game Freak doing the double dip. Can you do that online though? You can't do that over Nintendo Powers, or not Nintendo. Is it called Nintendo Power? I don't even know. Like the Nintendo Shop network thing. Like just business transaction stuff. Divide. Yeah, I see divide. Divide is not doing it. Oh. Why do you... So, what did it...
割れる
This is to be divided. Huh. What was to divide? Body? Body? Yeah, probably. Nintendo Online, you can trade, but if you don't know the person, you can't guarantee they'll send the. They have to. Yeah, there's no guarantee. You're already a bit miffed. They disable the ability to turn off autosave. Could potentially lead to a lot of shiny fails while shiny hunting. You mean like there's no agreed transaction for both ends? That's interesting. I figured there was like a. I'm not sure if you ever. I don't know. This is probably unfamiliar to you, but in Steam Marketplace, there is these types of transactions, but they are confirmed from both sides before the transaction happens. And this is not related to any particular game, but it is a step-by-step double confirmation things. So you're telling me that you could trade something because the game doesn't have a built-in system? I say this because there are creature collectors that do have these things, and they're not multi-million-dollar corporations, but nevertheless, it's a confirmation on both ends, and then the execution happens. So you queue up a trade, and a trade has to be committed from both ends before it can go through. So I don't understand how online trading over Nintendo Online can't be guaranteed that they'll send it back to you. I don't understand the logistics at the moment. I need to. This same reading as this, it comes back to bite you every time. I gotta throw in. Redu, buddy. I see divide. It's Redu to see Wario divide up the spoils. To have the spoils be divided up. And hear me out. I'm not actually saying that Nintendo's incompetent. Or not, well, it's not Nintendo. Oh, you know what? That might be actually the reason. Because Game Freak isn't Nintendo. That's interesting. There might be some legalities involved in that. Now that I think about it. I hadn't considered the idea that there isn't a Nintendo Online trading infrastructure for Game Freak games. Because they don't belong to the same enterprise. That can be a very well not a logistical but business oriented. You mean there's this YouTuber that usually set up trade codes for people looking for trade evos? Other than that, if you just trade with someone random, they just keep your Pokemon and close the trade. Yeah, see, it's not a trade. That's not a trade. Like, to me, like using the word trade without a trade system is not a trade. It's a give. You're giving Pokemon, and that person might give back. Those are the things. There's no trading system in Game Freak games, which is interesting. I haven't thought about it that way. I mean, I haven't played a Game Freak game in well over 10 years. Maybe even 20 years. So that's crazy to think that there isn't a exchange or a trading system in Game Freak games. After you trade, you can trade again unless one of you cancels the trade interaction. For trade evos, you have to trade the Pokemon for its evolved, then you have to trade. Oh, I see. If they cancel after initial, you won't get it back. Oh, okay, I see. So they still do that way. They still do that thing, the exclusivity, retention in terms of exclusivity of the versions. Man, 20 years and that hasn't changed. Double dipping. Sorry, there is a trade system. Like you were describing what's outside of it. I forgot that you want the thing that is having. So you're talking about trade evolutions specifically. So there is a trade system, but there's no trade back system for evolution trading, which is a business move by Game Freak, and still is, it seems. Wow, that thing still holds true, huh? Intriguing. 20 years and they still do the trade evolutions exclusive one way. That's intriguing. I guess at this point it's practically tradition. Huh. It certainly continues to work. Well, you gotta love what you gotta love, you know? Why do I want to type Kiseki? Kiseki. Oh, no. I'm still my mind is still on that trade evolution thing. Man. I'm actually kind of in disbelief right now. Yeah, so like Steelix, for example, you have to trade Onyx holding a metal coat. When the other person gets Onyx, it will evolve and it will add to it. Yeah, because they have Steelix in their prison. Then for you to get back, yeah, you have to go back. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's the same deal. Same deal since red and blue. It baffles me to this day that still exists. I'm kind of curious what the developers' commentary on that is. Yeah, it's crazy. Wait, this is Junbi. Because that's not key. Junbi suru. So why did I think this was key? Junbi suru. Oh. Wonderful. We have to go back to Jun. Alright, so what was key? What am I looking at key? Oh, no. Shu. Oh, yeah, I was thinking. Okay. Oh. Oh, I see. Huh. I should keep mental note of that. Okay. I'll work on that in the future. Hopefully it's everything you're looking for and more.
Okayama-jo.
Okayama-jo. Outside of the trade evolution stuff. Yeah, I genuinely have very I very little interest in Game Freaks as a corporation and developer. I don't know if you are aware of this, but it's kind of like Milk and Hold Milk situation, or the MSG situation, or something like that. But Game Freak is not part of Nintendo. I don't know if you're like someone who's come to that realization for some time. It's kind of like when people think of Coca-Cola, they think of Pepsi and Coca-Cola constantly being together because they're mentioned together all the time. But Game Freak and Nintendo are two separate things. Hence why Pokemon Go and all those other things are like negotiated differently. So whenever I think about Nintendo Online, the thought that I was having on Nintendo Online, I had to take it back because I was like, wait a minute. No, that would that can produce legal precedents that they have to sort out between Nintendo and Game Freak. So Nintendo Online is owned and run by Nintendo. Game Freak games are not solely run by Nintendo. Their investments and stuff can, like, having an online, like the Nintendo Online store facilitate something would be kind of silly. Not that I'm saying this will solve the trade revolution thing. Clearly there's a trade thing in the game. The idea is that you're circumventing having to double dip in using their double dipping strategy for multiple versions for collection. That's rough. To me, that's rough. Not that I'm engaged in most of that. That's kind of like playing a gacha game where you hope to collect all the characters. Honestly, if I had to think about it, not to downplay Pokemon. This is kind of downplaying Pokemon. Just for that very trade revolution thing, for collection things, I'd rather just gamble on gacha. Because then I would have full control over it. Or like the ownership and fault would be on me, as opposed to reflecting it on someone else. So if someone like cheats you out of a trade revolution, it will remind you of how cynical and greedy and selfish other people are. At least when I fail, this is like silver lining, very thin silver lining situations. At least when I fail gambling on something, or this is not an excuse to go and gamble on gacha. The idea is that someone isn't betraying me, a system is. And then the thing is, it would at least not pave poor expectations of humans. Like the system is unfeeling. Like gacha is unfeeling, right? It's a probabilistic thing. And then in order to make it blamable, people attack the people who set the system, right? But when I think of Pokemon, then it's even more personal when someone engages in a trade between people who like to play Pokemon, and you like to earnestly think there are generosities in gaming community, which is probably still true, but that one situation can completely pave the cynicism of a person. And I think it's probably even less so now than it was before, right? Like what I mean is, back in Red and Blue, I can see the times that was pretty cool. It was a camaraderie thing. Like it kind of, you have to be next to the person, have your Game Boys ready and whatnot. But nowadays, I almost seen this is again the cynical side of me. I almost see that it's probably more common for people to just run off with the Pokemon than anything, and that's not great because I don't play Pokemon games or Game Freak games, and I also don't want to cater myself to that cynicism. But at the same time, it's so difficult not to think about that. I had a conversation about this with someone yesterday, and I don't think I'm gonna be that person I will ever be talking ever, like, in the near future, because I think that person is that type of person where they view only cynicism in other people, and that's to protect themselves, right? It's an excellent coping strategy, and I agree. It's an excellent coping strategy. It prevents you, it mitigates all sorts of loss. It also trades off the capacity to trust anymore as well. I was trying to say that yesterday, but instead that person accused me of not empathizing and sidelining their own grief and abuse, while also constantly sidelining my perspective, but saying that they're not trying to. That's kind of how I feel about the situation regarding Tradevolutions and what you said about they can cancel the trade transaction. It certainly speaks volumes about a community when you have to consider these things. You don't want to, in my opinion. Like, I don't want to hear that, but I also know that it's true. Like, it's bound to happen at some point. See, the other Pokemon Legends game added a very useful item. You think it was called the link cable or linking cable, and basically if you used it on a Pokemon that needed a Tradevolution, it would evolve them without needing to trade. Oh, and then they would remove that item in this new Legends game, which is very oh my. So they did experiments with a workaround. You're not making a great case for me to want to be interested. No, I'm kidding. I don't own a Switch 2, so I haven't been invested in Nintendo things, and I haven't ever been invested in Nintendo things. I know a lot about Nintendo, but wow, they removed. Wasn't it a success? I imagine the link cable or the linking cable thing was a success, right? Imagine removing, devolving features is incredibly unpopular. But then again, Nintendo, like, Game Freak isn't Game Freak, so wow. I don't understand. Thanks for that detail. I had no idea that's how the history of that. Yeah, it's gonna be a very commercial open opportunity if you'll ever see me stream or share content that's owned by Nintendo. That's I feel like it's kind of already fairly tough when you hit like Sega, Capcom and stuff, but Nintendo is like an entirely different monster. And what I mean by monster, not in a bad way, but like it's very complicated. When it comes to commercialism and stuff, anything tangentially related to Nintendo, Game Freak again is still a separate company from Nintendo, but those things are very difficult, like business-wise, legality-wise. It was very popular, but then again, it was only available in that one game. Okay, they'll release other Pokemon games since then, 2022, and none of them had it. People were just holding out hope that they added back because it was another Legends game. I see. I wonder what the developers' commentary is on that. Like, I imagine then eventually the developers are gonna have to answer that question, right? So it'll be interesting. When the game is released, maybe a week down the line, the developers will obviously get asked that question. And it would be really interesting to me if I was invested, right, in the Pokemon games to see what the interviews say about it. Like, what was their idea behind removing something that was already in a game series? And when I'm talking about that is I'm talking about game series. So Pokemon Legends is a different game series from the other series. I guess you could call it the canonical main series, I guess. That's kind of like One Day Like a Dragon, right? There is a essay on this. It's called like, what is it? Developers make light of this like in a meme way. It's called feature evolution or something, like feature inclusion and feature like feature exclusion. So in today's market, when you add a feature to a game and it is received popularly, it becomes standardized. So when your next game in a franchise, in a series of a franchise, if that feature is removed, it's often seen as an unpopular move. Now, the one way to negotiate that to your community is that, oh guys, the feature's coming later. We didn't have enough resources. We want the game to be released in this state. Hopefully the feature will come out in the future with more interest, right? But generally speaking, it's I forgot what it's called now. There's like internet lingo now for it, or industry lingo for it, where when a franchise, if you're starting a franchise, and then if that franchise also have different series of that franchise, they have standardized features. All the good ones tend to stay, the ones that are received, so they are the minimum expectations moving forward, unless there's a very great reason of substituting, like they introduce another feature that became redundant with the previous feature. Otherwise, bad features, if they experiment, they don't have to, persist in the game. So like, for example, Sega, if Like a Dragon, the next Like a Dragon game, if it suddenly loses, here's one that's kind of contentious. Like a Dragon series added an English voice cast a couple years back, right? It was met with mixed feelings, but it also exploded half of its audience. Like, what I mean is it recruited another like 30 or 40% of people, because there are people who don't understand Japanese and prefer to listen to English, right? And then the Japanese people are a little bit miffed. The English speakers who only prefer Japanese are a little bit miffed, but they still have it. That feature still exists, right? And there's contention in which like, oh, but if they separate their resources, then that means maybe the Japanese will suffer for including the English, or resources could have gone to other things. But the thing is, Sega, in my opinion, was successful because they still managed all the expected features while adding on a new feature. So now if they ever take away the English audio, which did happen, it happened for Persona 5 The Phantom X, because it was being developed and managed largely by a Chinese group, and the Chinese group decided not to add English audio to the Phantom X. And Persona games are the reason why this is related to the Sega thing is because Sega Atlas owns Persona. Persona games are commonly double dubbed. They have an English cast, which are incredible, as well as the Japanese cast, and it is missing. Like I almost like did a bad thing. It is missing. So that's how I feel about what this is happening here. It might seem like a minor thing, but the idea is that if they can do that, they can unilaterally do other things. Like, oh, instead of having trade evolution, they can remove the whole idea of trading altogether and make it so that in order to get things, you have to sync up the two versions, as in you have to buy the two versions, sync them up, and do exactly what you do. If they find out that most people just buy both versions anyways, I feel like that would be how the marketing worked for Game Freak. Like they're looking at it and say, actually most of our audience, when we survey them or something, they just say they buy both versions anyways, even if they have friends or don't have friends. So I guess it wouldn't matter if we added this anyways. That's how I feel business would go about to lead to a decision like that, to overlook a decision like that. And to me, that's very sus. It's kind of sus. However, it's not necessarily pointing fingers right at the business. It's also pointing fingers at, like, it's a collaborative thing. It's both the consumer and the consumer demonstrating that, well, we gotta have more Pokemon. And it's negligible if there's trade revolution or not in a system, right? Interesting. Or at least that's my thought about it. Well, this Legend game is much different than the other one. This one heavily focused on battling trainers and battling others, so maybe they just figured, since it's much more people-centric, that the link cable wasn't necessary. Maybe. I can kind of see that. I think battling and trading thing makes it less people-centric. Sorry. I know I'm playing devil's advocate here, but when you have battling things where people compete with each other, it's a natural environment to be less people-centric. Like battling trainers and battling us. If there were more world events where people collaboratively work together to accomplish something, that's probably a little bit more people-centric. That will lead to people wanting to help each other. But when you're battling trainers and battling each other, that creates competition. And in my opinion, historically, at least in a Western environment, it actually increases competitive behavior, not decreases, in my opinion. So like in the video game behavior, like over the last 15 years or so, I would say the very nature of battling other people and competing with other people is why I'm surprised, is one of the root reasons why I'm surprised they remove such an item. I would tend to think that obligation to be honest and like logistical transactions are necessary to be placed in a competitive environment. That's to increase sportsmanlike conduct and proper rules, right? Because competition runs high. Competitions, when it's legal, quote unquote, legal to do something, and you operate in a competitive process, then that's how things will normalize. Like, for example, in a business-oriented thing, if you're competing with someone, you don't have to pick them up. Like, if they fall down, you don't have to pick them up. It's not like it's illegal to leave someone behind. Like, you're in a competition with them. So to me, I think the whole battling PvP thing is one of the reasons why video games have become less people-centric. I think there are exceptions to the rule, though. There are places where exceptions to the rule. I think I don't necessarily think they're in video games. But if I had to choose one, FGC, the fighting game community, possibly would be a great example where maybe battling others and battling trainers fostered a more people-centric thing. But the FGC is outside of the games themselves. I think the games themselves foster toxicity. Oh yeah, you just meant like you'd be interacting with more people, so maybe they thought they made it less necessary to add it back. For context, there were some NPC trainer battles in the other Legend game, but there were no battles required versus other people. Yeah. I understand. Like there's more people involvement, right? There's more people involvement, and I think it's one and the same. You're gonna get more opportunities to interact with other people, and I'm gonna be cynical about this, because you have to interact with other people. If it is in a competitive environment, that interaction will make it to remind you that it is a competitive process and not a collective process. So like Overwatch is a great example. So Overwatch is a team game, right? That's what you want to think. Or Team Fortress, for example, is a team game. But over time, the team aspect, it still occurs. So you might be able, hopefully, you might be able to find pockets of community that through the interaction of battling other people or competing with other people, that you'll find those groups. And I hope you do. Like streamers, vlogs, discords, I think they coexist. So I'm not saying it's one or the other. It's not zeros and ones. Like everyone's going to do this, everyone's going to increase it. But we're talking about rarity, like how the frequency. I think the trends overall is that when in a competitive process, oftentimes people who play video games, the vast majority of individuals would choose themselves in a competitive process, like solo queuing and stuff, and thinking that they're the best and carry, despite an entire game built around team-oriented competition. So hopefully I'm completely off the mark, and this new game makes it incredibly people-centric, right? Or camaraderie. I don't people-centric. Both things are people-centric. Competitive games is people-centric, and non-competitive games are people-centric too, right? Yeah, that's my thought. Like Overwatch, for example, despite all the toxic, despite it being a team-based game, the people who play in the teams, the vast majority of individuals would go at it for their own glory than focus on an objective, right? If the objective is to get a payload to the end to win the battle as a team, the vast majority of individuals actually choose to act on their own because they are competing for something. They're competing for their own individualism outside of it. Here's one that I think is probably going to think of it this way. Maybe they're thinking about the Japanese audience. And I feel like potentially I don't know the Japanese audience, but I feel if it was in a communal environment, right? So we're not talking about Americans and Western environment. Maybe outside the other worlds, the other cultures, other colossal groups, large groups of players like Chinese, the Chinese audience or something, perhaps that's not true. Since I don't play among Chinese audience, for example, League of Legends is a team-oriented game. And despite always in that environment, there's a really maybe contrasting difference. I don't know. I haven't played in the Korean side, the Korean servers or the Japanese servers, but in the Western servers and even the European servers, regardless of how much team-oriented it is, even in despite of victory, they often choose to individualize. And I think that's both good and bad for whatever your purpose is, right? So it's neither good or bad right now. I don't think trading evolution is necessarily a good or bad thing because I don't really know how it impacts people's experiences. my first thought is if I play a Legends game, I would, if I'm like say streaming a Legends game, my first thing was like, I'm not doing any trade evolutions because that's already autocomplete. So thank you, Game Freak, for your wonderful game, but I can't use these things because you're asking me to buy the game twice. And I don't believe in that marketing. That would be like how I would rationalize it. You know, Occam's razor. Just cut it at the bud. Like this is already complete. Those trade evolutions, they don't exist. That's how I would like negotiate my emotional thing if I truly am okay with not having friends, right? And obviously that's me speaking from a not a Pokemon fan per se. So a Pokemon fan may say, oh, well, I need to collect everything. So then you buy both the games. And I think that's where they're going for it. I'm not entirely sure they were going for the idea of camaraderie at the moment. I look forward to hearing, if you like keep your ears peeled, Bree, I would love to hear what the interviewers like. I have to imagine people who interview the developers are going to ask, so why did you remove this? And I would love to hear what the response is from the developer. They could give you any response, but if it's your response, then we'll just have to accept it as truth, right? Like, oh, you know, we believe that our community are filled with loving people who are incredibly communal, and that's what you want to believe in. And I do. I genuinely do want to believe in that too. Yesterday I had a very abrasive interaction with someone who's doing exactly what I'm doing. And I was in your position where you try to look at the bright side of things, the positive rationalization, and I hope that is true. That's what I hope. And then I'm offering like a different counter example, right? Yesterday didn't go that way. That person suggested that I was telling them how to live and how to think when I'm offering my alternative perspective. I didn't actually tell them what I believed in. I was trying to tell them what happens, right? When I played Overwatch, that's what happened. It started as a team game, and then it devolved into toxicity on who contributed more to a team game by suggesting that they are the team. And I feel that has made me a bit more cynical about hoping that people work together without an objective that makes them work together. And then even more so, if the objective is to compete with each other, it's even less likely to happen from my personal experience. Games like Subnautica, Terraria, Stardew Valley still can experience competitive, suspicious, deviant, not like competitive behavior, despite having no components or very little components of competitiveness. So interesting. Let me know how you ended up so how do you do it on one platform? Free? Do you like put in one version of the game and then you queue it up from your save file of one version of the game, and then you log into your other game? Like then you put in the other game, and then you take that, and then you just swap games. You boot up separate games, and then they just take the code. Is that how you do it? I'm a little bit out of the woods on how one person with one account. I'm guessing the two games have two different accounts, or like the games aren't attached to a profile, so you can use one Switch and you can queue up something and then just swap the game title and then do that. Is that how you go about it? I don't actually know how Nintendo works. The closest thing I can think of is switching profiles or something. But I imagine Game Freak's games are like just save files, different save files, and then you can use the Switch 2 as a vehicle to asynchronously trade. I thought maybe you need both things to be active at once. Like back in the day, you would need two devices as well. I doubt that's the case now, right? You don't need two devices to execute a trade. I can only imagine how crazy that would be. Have people to need two Switches and two versions of the game? That would be a little preposterous, considering how rare Switch 2s are. Or like expensive Switch 2s are. This is different. You're different. How are you different? Early retreat. So like leaving early, that had something to do with... No, I think that's still the same.
相対
Okay.
半額
Why are you a blank? Why are you a blank? What time is it? 8:30? Hours. 1:16. A few lessons. Body. I see moon, I see flag, I see ground. This is shoulder, right? Shoulder.
肩こり
Stiff shoulders. Oh, shoulder stiffness. Am I losing kata? Oh, that's door, not ground. Ground and flag, it's door. Don't like it. Oh. Ugh. Okay. Sure.
Gambaru.
Please spell persevere. Oh, no, R after the. I want to type show, but not it. Custom. Or no, wait. No, that is a custom.
Dandan.
Done. The other amount. It's the pair with Gaku.
量
Yo. I just typed whole, but oh, way, travel. Relent, release, yield. No. This is a burn. So how do you... I'm thinking of traveling right now. What's another way? Could be yield, right? Yield, release. Sounds fine. Okay. Oops. Oh wait, that's climate. What?
気づく
It's like be in the mood. Match energy to stimulate. To maybe like something like. Definitely a burn. To be. Match energy. Maybe it's define. You realize, you notice like you're putting energy into the thing you're attaching to. Like to notice, probably. Let's see. その女が自分の母だ服まで時間がありました。I had time to notice that women was my mother. Realize. Oh, I wanted to read the sentence. It's fine.
防水
I don't think it. No. I'm gonna say Hime. Dang it! This is what, revolutionary? Revolutionary. Definitely mid. No? E for sure. What is the ka part? Sure if it's issue. Oh, Magude.
究極
Man. Scary. had to read that last statement again. Not quite Carrie. I don't think Carrie, maybe.
Kyushu
する What? Inhale and accept. I didn't think so. Kyushu する So,
痛い
I
自家製
that's it. Weaving. Don't actually know if this is to weave. Oh, this is a change up. Right. I kind of learned this first. Something makes me think it is to weave.
迷信
She. What? Spelling issue. Ayorosu? Hmm. Oh, this is descending, right?
下ろす
To lower. Wait, the fall? Hmm. Context. Oh no. They changed up the toxic link. It's no longer that service. Okay, hold up. I'm just gonna do this now before I forget. It's time to add a new link to the ban list. Looks like they changed domains. Oh, where shouldn't have got used to this. Where is the ban list? Where are the ban list? You think it makes it pretty easy to do this, but no. I thought it was under moderation. Here it is. Auto mod. Oh, they simplified it, so you have to go and hit view. What? How is this? Oh my gosh. How is this easier? Here it is. Yeah, block terms and phrases. On top of Stream Boo, we got a new one. There you go. Yeah, what happened? Stream Boo got used 134 times since I... And consider this the first one, you low effort person who just created an account yesterday. Like, good job. You are the first one. Thank you for informing me of the new URL. Alright. Amazing. With that distraction aside, I still don't know what Orosu. Yeah, I'm back. It's like something about being super sugureru.
優れる
Sugureru. I think that's fine.
段階
Oh yeah. Oops, Carl. Wait. Wait. What? Wait a minute. It's what? Okay. Depends on which direction. I thought I typed Len already. Oh, I thought it was set. Oh no. It's new, right? So what is new? Is it still new? No. New is yo, labor. What? What's another way to say labor? Oil. I can eat. What? Oh, no, wait. This is hidden. Skin or hide.
測る
Other.
違い
What the?
月額
Okay. Okay. Heck, onyomi? Okay.
変
And that's correct in compound, but what about the standalone? And it's not area, so what? Standalone for something close by to the side. Kind of disagree with that. Kind of.
燃料
And oh no, it's not. Something about zombie increase in zombie. So I'm starting to understand the weaknesses of the ones that I have written. Oh, I see Su more prominently, and zo. So incorporating more doesn't really help. Oh, it could be no. Skip.
退院する。
退院する。
年額。年配。
はい。
多額。定量。
定量。Ugh. Did I use Ema? What does that say? Now. On Ben? No. Ben has we're skipping this.
担当。
担当。Very correct. 私はこの会社の日本語をどういうそうです。言います。Oh.
誘惑。
誘惑。
賞。
そう。 Dang it. I thought it was no. Yeah, pretty sure. Yep. Don't know. What is that?
定額
The Death Star. No. Is it? Oh. What? Oh no, wait. That's not correct. Wait. Oh, I added. Yeah,
輸血
you kids. Oh no. Oh no. Helicopters and jackhammers. Freaking helicopters and jackhammers. I don't know if this same as ticket. And they use ticket? I don't know if it's ticket. am I confusing this with something else? Yo. Yo. Right? Um. What's another ticket? A ballad?
Zengaku.
Zengaku.
Meiwaku.
Meiwaku. How you lead astray? I thought it was like mislead, but misguided. Misguided and lost put together. Another way to express. It's trouble, maybe troublesome. Oh no, it's just, oh no, it is troublesome. I just misspelled it. Inconvenience, maybe. Nuisance. Trouble in general. That's lighter than I thought, or I thought I remembered. At a greenhouse. Heck. Heck. Yes. Oh, I remember this. It's like Koromo and Kinu.
第1弾
第1弾。
微通。
Heck.
階段
I've skipped so many today. It's gonna be tough.
女優
It's gonna be pretty tough. Something about I put in life haku. Oh, there, pro call. Wait a minute, pro call. It's a Thursday after midnight. What are you doing here? Do you have like a long weekend? What's happening here? You fell asleep at about 5 p.m. and have only just woken up. Oh, I see. That definitely explains it. Who's having the poor hygiene now, Procol? I'm kidding. So you're just gonna stay up for the rest of the day until you wrap back around? No sacrifice to hygiene. To sleep hygiene.
迫る
I'll do it. Silly goose. School going alright? Like all of the university stuff going alright? Despite sleeping, hopefully you didn't have anything to like need to do during the evening. Real talk though, I most definitely had those type of days where like, yeah, I'm turning in at 7 p.m. But you know what? Having roommates kind of makes you go the whole 9 yards. Don't tell me you have like an after midnight party sesh. I mean, that sounds really cool. do your like buddies have anything going on after midnight?
大量
I try my best to keep on task. Whoops.
区分
Gubun. Excuse me. Gubun. Okay. No, not today. It would feel bizarre to wake up straight into some sort of party. Hey. The night is still young for the university goer. Hey. You know who said it first. If in 30 minutes you're like, "Oh wait, hang on." I have a mate who decided to have an after hours party. Like now you're in that deliberation, you know? What in the world is this? Okay. ini Koichiがあとthat doesn't really tell me much. And like being present. How do you be present? Got a long day today. You do have lectures today, so waking up early hours and going to a party isn't bizarre enough, then going to lecture after that party definitely would be. When was the last time you went to a party and then... When was the last time you went to a party and then go to a lecture? Is there experience behind that? Like, that statement. I feel like it's got to have happened at least once, right? Are you experienced? I don't think I have done that before. Go from a party to a... yeah, sort of, but it's not like a house party. It's more like a class business function and then going to like an evening class or something. You don't think you've ever had a party and then gone to lecture with no sleep in between? I see. Yeah, there are a lot of at least in grad school, there was a lot of situations where you go to like a party function, like a social function, and then immediately afterwards there's something that happens in the evening. Or those weird things where you like celebrate something and then you go right back to work. That's kind of a thing. That's the closest thing I can think of. And not like a personal party. You've gone to the pub for a few during the day and then gone to the evening lecture. That's the closest. Yeah, that's pretty much the closest thing I can think of too. Imagine partying and then heading straight into lecture. Boy, howdy. That's a lot of energy. Hard to regulate. You know, it's one of those things. Imagine, you can probably pick it out in the party. Like you're looking around and you scan, right? You scan the party and you see someone who's clearly pacing themselves. And you're like, they have something after this. They have to have something they have to do after this. You just look around and there's one person that just sticks out, you know, like the rare one. It's like, oh, they're not letting loose. Their day isn't over yet. It's the beginning of their day. I don't think I've ever like I imagine it would like stick out like a sore thumb, you know, like someone comes in and they'd be like dressed up to go to class. It's like, hey guys, I'm just chilling for the party right now, but right after this I gotta go to class. So they like do half or barely anything at the party. They just wanted to vibe a little and then like leave. I think that would stick out like a sore thumb. In business functions, you can tell when someone's like loosening up versus someone who's like still on point. Like they would say something like they wouldn't participate in the libation or chilling out or long conversations, and then they would a lot of times check the time and keep track of time so that they would have to leave at a specific time. Pretty standard tells. And obviously they're not trying to hide it or anything. It's fairly obvious. They want it to be obvious so that it wouldn't be trouble. Hey, I don't have time, but I just want to hang out when I can and then go back to work. That weirdo. Oh, here's the, in my opinion, the graduate example. When there's free food, right? Oh, this happens so classically. I'm not sure if it happens with you in a different place, but when there's free food, you can tell the difference between people who are just starting their day and not starting their day. They would come in, food would disappear, and they would be gone. You would not even see them come in and leave at the same time. It's like, oh yeah, all right, hi, gone. That's as party oriented as possible. Like, yeah, no, gone. Yeah, the freebie Fred. Oh, that's what you call it. Oh, I see. The freebie Fred, huh? Yeah, classic function archetype. Yep. You come in functionally. It's like, dude, this will save me some time from eating later. Let's just go, say hi, out. I like that. Freebie Fred. Huh. I wonder where the Fred part come from. Like why Fred? That's part of like graduate life. One of the graduate life. Free food. Oh, you just made that up? Oh, it sounds good. I like the alliteration. The attention to alliteration is nice. Definitely in my wheelhouse. His first name with an F that came to mind. Oh, I see. So you're more of a Fred guy instead of a Frank. Actually, What would be my first F? Oh man, my first F is not good. My first F is Frodo. That's because Frodo is one of the mnemonics that are being used. So that, yeah. Other than that is Frankenstein. Like Frankenstein and Frodo. Yeah, send help. Those are my first Fs. I do use F though. I do use Fred though. When someone says F, you know, like when you're trying to spell things, I would say F as in Fred, right? That's sounds about right. F as in Fred. In before F as in Frodo. It would be kind of fun to ask kids what they think these days. Like, if you needed to differentiate, you know, like alpha, beta, you know, the alpha, beta, gamma, kappa, all that stuff, right? I wonder how they would spell it. Like M is Matt, right? Either Matt or Mike. But what if you ask a really young person? It's like M as in, what's a very vibey M right now? M as in Mario? Possibly. M as in Minecraft? That could be a thing? That'd be really interesting to ask. M as in Minecraft. F as in Fortnite. Okay. That's gotta be a thing, right? Like F as in Fortnite. Can Fortnite be confused with anything? Not really. I mean, those are names, technically. Just not names of people, but names. Yeah, that would be interesting to see. There's got to be some new influencers in there as well. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's kind of funny because when they say there's got to be some new influencer in there, when I use J, I think of John. And H, I think of Hank. That's still Hank and John now. Like, what I mean is, it was John and Hank before. Now it's still John and Hank now, but for a very different reason. They have common names, John and Hank. Like, you can't get any more English, you know, English basics. And the most common acquaintance name that I have is Mike, so it's still Mike. George is still George. What is the most avant-garde? I'm trying to think of the most edgy Gen Z thing or Gen Alpha thing I can think of. Z? No, it's still zebra. What would the kids say for Z? What's a Z? Oh, wait, that's really fun, actually. Okay, I'm saying Z for a different reason. Protocol. Hear me out. And I think this is already past Gen Z. I don't think Z is a Gen Z thing anymore. But Z ends up coincidentally being very British appropriate. You know what I mean? Like Z as in ZEDD. The music producer, Z. Yeah. So Z, I actually say Z quite a bit. Actually, when I'm spelling, I actually don't say Z as much as I say Z, actually. Largely because Z sounds like B, D, G, you know, it has a lot of confusions. So saying Z is very functionally appropriate. When you say Z, which letter are you saying? Like if you're on the phone or something, like you would have to clarify every single time. So I typically say Z for the convenience. If I'm spelling something, I wouldn't use Z. Z is just all over the place. I don't know if that was the original intent. What do you think was the original intent behind saying Z as Z? For the English and British minded. You know? I feel like that was a very appropriate functional thing. I don't remember what this. Skipped so many today. You couldn't tell me. Where are the English roots? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No pressure. Why am I suited? YOLO. Okay, that didn't work. Oh, I am struggling today. Struggle buzz. Struggle. Oh, wait. Oh, I just got this recently. Hanzi, right? Oh, no. No. Oh, yeah, it is. Shi? Shi? No, shi? Like to tidy up? Still doesn't help me. What's another way to tidy up? To pick up? What is that, Hiro? This kind of sucks. The hero, right? Hiro? Hiro picked up the suit with the special finger gloves. He picked up by the... Okay. I'm gonna leave you in the background for a while, as it seems you're not having this. It's like, but if you think of anything interesting, you'll still be here. Fair enough. Something did interestingly happen. I met someone. I mean, I'm sure this comes as no surprise nowadays. This person kind of shared a very similar thing you've mentioned, which is very understandable. And they talked about they talked about how the limitations of writing, like texting, and that was their platform or excuse to not try to explain something. And I thought about it again and again. This came after a comment about how they have different skills than I do. But you see, the problem I'm having with that is that that doesn't necessarily mean that they want to try. So my comment was, they talked about how text can only be read literally. And this brought us something that relates to what we're talking about, like the things that we're talking about. Because you are experienced in the way I also type, which I don't know if it makes you feel the same or not, but I don't feel that I type substantially different from the way I speak, and also the speed in which it happens, right? So the question is, there is a bit of a lack of empathy. And I admitted that to this person, and I said that we've reached an impasse, right? This person chose to constantly say how different we are, and that somehow me expressing something that is different from them is diminishing and being unempathetic to them. And my first thought was like, well, it's true. It is unempathetic because we've reached an impasse. Right. However, one of the big distinctions between my interaction with this person over the course of 2 days versus you is that we continue to try and do that. And not only that, I was given the opportunity to text to demonstrate how my texting was elevated in a different way, right? Or how it was presented differently, but it possibly could capture the same energy as my talking, right? This person decided instead that it would be a lot easier to say that I'm different and I'll never suggest that I'll never understand by saying that it's because they don't get to choose the medium that they are best at. And my thought was, if you were speaking and I was typing, I don't think it would necessarily change the aspect of trying to do so in the first place. So this is where I have a problem with, like, I don't expect to talk to this person. This is where the impasse happens. While I tried to share my opinions about things, that person specifically thought I was trying to illustrate why they should listen to or embrace what I have to say. That's what encouraged them to constantly tell me that we're different, but then blame me also for being unempathetic. Someone can try to empathize with someone, but if you spend 80 to 90% of your time trying to look for the differences and constantly talk about the differences, then there really isn't, despite me trying to be empathetic, that doesn't matter. The receiver does not take it as empathy, right? So for example, if you continue to tell me that you're unable to express the text the same way I do because text and speaking is different, I agree. Texting and speaking is different. However, that is not the same as saying it's different and therefore it's not worth trying. Like, what I mean is, you don't approach it differently. You decide to give up instead. So I could, right now, say something like, oh yeah, you know what? I understand you can't express things in text, so just don't. The conversation just ends there. Right. And hear me out. I did add a volunteer. I told the person, all right, well, if you think I'm speaking too quickly and you have a lot of things, start with the first thing. You know, start with the thing that's on your mind. Start with the thing that you can express in text. So then I'm not the person leading the conversation, right? Tell me something you can express in text form. And the person responded, and this is where the conversation ended. The person responded, okay, so, just so you know, text only can be read literally. It can only be interpreted in a certain way. And I know you're a good guy, but this would take a really long time to type all this out, so I'm just not going to try and do any of it. I'm like, okay. It's good that we find that clarity, because that to me sounds like I'm not worth your time. But hey, I'll continue to try if you want to stand around, but know that I want to share something with you. If you don't think other people are worth doing different things and trying to communicate with them, then complaining about misconceptions and limitations does not change the perspective. Isn't it a bit hypocritical for that person to blame you for being unempathetic when it seems that's what they were pushing the conversation to an unempathetic state by constantly stating they won't put any effort in because you two are different? I tried to point that out. However, the first day we met, this person did present themselves and said very directly that they, most of their decisions and their feelings and perspectives are internal. So, that's how I would try to empathize with them. I know this sounds like a cyclic argument, but that person said they want to try to be empathetic, compassionate, and loving. But they said truly, though, most of their lives, they like to be internal. So they're trying to go through the act of self-discovery and worry and concern about all the things that they want to do. So that's the route that I took. I try to cater to that type of mentality. So instead of accusing them of being unempathetic as well, that I don't think that needs to be said, because I think they understand that they are unempathetic when they're talking to the things. My critique, or the things that I talked about, is when someone says different strokes, our life, or different strokes, different lives, different skills, there are also similar skills, similar strokes, and relatability and similarities. So the whole time I was talking about when people are destructive and you need to protect from all the destructive people, I was sharing, well, there are supportive people, and you should try to cherish the supportive people as well. That's how different people share comments. But my commentary on trying to state something that is different from their perspective insisted that I was being unempathetic because I was pushing my ideals onto them, which I can kind of see that's how that would be interpreted if someone is looking specifically from their own perspective, right? So then I told them we reached an impasse, as in this is where empathy involves two people or two organizations, involve a back and forth. So an impasse occurs when one rejects what another gives. So instead, I decided to say, so we can stay professional. That's how, people who worry about themselves as a coping strategy versus people who worry about others as a not coping strategy. Like they don't have to cope with anything at the moment. So when we reached an impasse, that's when they accused me of being unempathetic. So immediately after, when they suggested that I was unempathetic and I kept sidelining their abuse because they wanted to talk about abuse, right? My first thought was I did make an attempt to share abuse. We talked about overcoming adversity, so I shared my anecdotes, but those anecdotes suggested that I'm a different person, I'm a different life, so that's why they continue to peddle that. My thought was, well, it's an irrefutable statement. What's also irrefutable is that there are similarities between people. Not only are people similar, they are also different. So if we're using irrefutable statements, try to introduce other concepts of irrefutableness. You can choose to focus on the differences if you want, or you can choose to focus on similarities. I chose to focus on similarities. But that came off as unempathetic because that person only believes in people being different. It was a very heavy challenge, and I still think about it today. It was a conversation from yesterday, actually. And then the day before yesterday was the first time I met them. And We talked about how like you still try, whether it's, or at least I still try, whether if it's going down the same patterns and same difference, there's always a possibility, in my opinion, that it can work out differently. But that's pretty close to the reason why eventually there will be a fallout between me and the person over extended time. I'm telling you this, Procol, because it's going to be relevant in the future. I think there will be a point in which a relationship, like however mediated online sort of, can drift apart at some point, because to get to whatever the next level is would be to circumvent these impasse, like to reduce the amount of impasse and have mutual acceptance of the impasse in order to continue, right? Because there are parts we can't communicate. This person believes that if they were speaking, all of this miscommunication would somehow disappear, because they, according to them, believe they can express and speak better than they type in like this format. And that's what it reminded me of you at the same time. However, I didn't want to press even further and say that the stuff that we are disagreeing about now, if they were spoken, they still exist. Just because you're more skilled at a specific expression, a value, right? Like expression ability, that doesn't necessarily mean that what you're telling me, the principles of the things you're telling me, are not in a conflict of interest. If you only care about yourself because you're hurting and you need to be protective and pragmatic about it, I respect that. I do not empathize with that. And then they accuse me of being unempathetic. It's like, yes, because I don't empathize with that. I can give you some sympathy. There's a very difference between sympathy and empathy. But what I received back was apathy. Not being unempathetic, but just straight up apathy. Like, oh, I'm sorry, like, you'll never understand, like, this is too complicated, it's too hard to express. Like, I'm sorry that it feels like it's too, like, that's what I sound like when there's an impasse. I can't do anything about that. I'm sorry. Like, I wish we like met under different circumstances. I highly doubt it would change the nature of this, where anytime I ask this person that they're doing something, they're suggesting that what they're going to do is they're going to suppress and compartmentalize. For the record, the thing that caused all of this discussion was when the person was, I was asking them, so what are you doing today and whatnot, and they want to be a fine arts professional. Eventually, one day, they're going to marketing, they're going to school for marketing in order to like find some sort of in on how to do fine arts. And they classified fine arts as where you do like you do like one piece and then move on. So like we're not talking about non-serialized art, right? So that's what they classified as fine arts versus a professional art is what they typed out. They put in quotes. These are the two quotes, and I understand what they mean by these things. So they want to do one piece non-serialized fine arts, like whatever suits their thing, right? And I told them that seems very appropriate for someone who is internalizing everything, right? They go. So most of the stuff that they're currently doing and what they seek and desire is concordant with their behavior. So then I thought maybe to empathize, I will try to state the stuff that I see that's associated with this type of behavior. And it's neither bad or good, but it turned out to be a very personal thing that they have that they're unwilling to share, which is fine. but they're accusing me of not understanding because they don't want to share. That's what the logic would dictate, but it's not that. They want me to understand without them expressing anything to me. And that's where we made an impasse. Like, you actually have to explain those things in order for people not to have a misconception of it. Your apprehension of not trying to explain something is the root of the misconception. Unless you want people to read you. So when they do this, I was talking about the workplace. They want to eventually get a job in which they can compartmentalize their art from their job. So my problem or my apprehension was that if you're compartmentalizing your art from your job, but your job is dependent on seeking this one piece non-serialized thing, that's a conflict of interest. It's very difficult to want your art to be something your job is going to be about if your goal is to compartmentalize them. That is circular. So my goal was to try to point that out. Like, if your job is trying to compartmentalize the thing that makes your art, how do you get a job that makes the art possible? You'll be surrounded by people who won't understand why your art matters. And that's why when you think of people who are destructive around you, like when they talk about compartmentalization, it's a coping strategy. I totally get it. So they kind of nonchalantly talked about abuse, right? And yes, compartmentalization is a great temporary or balanced way of coping with that. So you go to your job, and what you do is you put up your fences and you make sure that you're not emotionally invested. And what they literally said was what they literally will say is that, hey, all the people at my job, they have destructive tendencies. So in order for me to not be hurt, right, potentially hurt by the people in the job, this is possibly past trauma, past abuse, or self protection, right? Then your job will also, and I said this like really vigorously, your job will likely, the jobs you'll get are also places where people compartmentalize their job, because people who don't won't want to work with people who do. So when you think of the world and the first thing that comes out of your mouth to a stranger is that, oh, I'm only looking for a job that is just business only, and it's all full of compartmentalization, then know that the feeling is self-feeding. Like, if you only expect that of people and you express that of other people, then the chances are the people around you and your work environment will be those people as well. Like, if you want a job where people don't use their emotions to care about the team, then the chances are most of those people are also self-centered, self-motivated, probably really successful and skilled people who are internalizing, right? And the propensity of having people to empathize with you, which I thought this person wanted some empathy, right? Like, I really thought they want to meet an empathetic person. You can't. Because no matter how hard, in my opinion, no matter how difficult you want to empathize with a person, if they choose to compartmentalize, it doesn't work. So I sit there and I try to say something, and ultimately it came down to, well, I'm a stranger online. If you don't want to talk about it, I respect that. So let's compartmentalize. So from now on to the future, if we ever talk again, it's business only. Like, we can't talk about sensitive stuff on public. I totally understand that. That doesn't necessarily mean that I won't try in other ways. When given the option for other ways, this person simply accused me of, "You're not worth my time." If I had to summarize their platitudes, is "you're not worth." And my thought was, okay, well, that's fair. That's checks out. It's self-fulfilling, right? Like, you get to choose when it's worth your time. I choose not to. There was one point in the conversation when the person literally told me, "I don't want to live like you." And my response was, "I never said you should." The day before, like the first time we met, we talked about creativity and expression and how people can communicate and express through many mediums. That includes speaking, talking, doing artwork, specifically doing artwork because they are artists. And that it deals with the interpretation of the person seeing the artwork or the form of expression and talking to the other person and exchanging ideas. But the thing that I gathered from that is it's not so much that, but more like whatever they want to hear and whatever they want to express, if you are aligned with them, then it works. If you aren't, then there are excuses of convenience that create double standards. And that is the impasse that we came to. That's what happened in the past week, by the way. I also met a really, really friendly person. His name is Gonzalez? Paul? Was it Paul? No, Danny. Danny Gonzalez. Danny Gonzalez has spent the last 6 years, soon to be 6 years, working on a family cartoon that they shared their Instagram with, and it's a really cute looking character. It's going to be about a child who had to move and relocate, and what the growing, and it's somewhat a projected semi-autobiographical thing. And I look forward to seeing when they're gonna pitch it soon. Yeah, like they're gonna pitch it. I can't wait to watch it. They speak Spanish, so they suggested a show to watch today, which I'm gonna try to watch in the evening if I get to watching in the evening. And it's El Chavo. El Chavo, they suggested the kid cartoon. And then there's also the show. I totally forgot about the show, the live action, like the 1980s to 90s show. So we're gonna start watching that for Spanish. Like, they're in California. They're Californians. Pretty neat. So that's it's like startlingly different experiences. It seems that unfortunately they will likely reach an impasse with their job, similar to the impasse they reach with you. Yeah, that's what will happen, or what will most likely happen. And I don't know if that's going to be the thing that change. But what happens is usually it's a balance. It's a balance of compartmentalization and empathy. Yeah, it has to struck a balance. Like, without that, it's very difficult, especially very difficult to go into a medium that involves expression. Like, I could understand if you're doing labor work, right? Or a craft in which it is a production line, like you're mass producing a standardized thing, you can still compartmentalize that in a healthy way, like a potential way. Like, you go to the office, and the office has standards and procedures, you don't have to talk to anyone. You hear this a lot in the growing up among some millennials, and then a lot of Gen Z. They want to go get an office job or a factory job or something where it doesn't involve any form of expression. It's about getting the standardized tasks completed, and then everything is about keeping the standards. That I can see will eventually be allowed to have one then fund their artwork or fund their hobbies. And that's the life that that person is aiming for. I understand that, but they're accusing me I don't understand that because I'm offering an alternative. Or I'm offering an alternative perspective where, and they use this phrase specifically, and I use some of their phrases back with them, where they said that, oh, I see. Well, I can't live like you. You live a different life. That's a privilege. And when I was describing, oh, I bring some of myself into the work, right? The reason why I love my work and excelled at my work is that I learned to love it. I brought and imbued a lot of myself into my work. It's not the privilege that that person I think is referring to, but I think they say I have a misconception, is that when they said what I'm saying is a privilege, is that they think it's like the dream job where you happen to love to do something and the job just happens to want to do the thing you love, like artwork. And I'm like, I didn't do artwork, I did science. While there might be some chances you might get to pick a little of what you want to investigate, if you don't have money to do so, you can't. You have to negotiate these things. But I learned to love the things that I couldn't do and dislike at first because I had to empathize with the needs of the group. So you have to learn how to fund your research, talk like other people, write and speak like people before you, learn from them. That's where the love and the empathy comes from. But if you're gonna go around and avant-gardely say like, well, I hope that I get lucky and the job just wants me for me without compartmentalizing anything, and that's the dream, I'm not talking about that dream. And then I told that person in response, since we're different, what I see you wanting is also a privilege. The expectation that you can do a job well, excellent, and consistent in a creative profession without ever using any of your personal emotional investment involved in that job. So you're telling me that somehow someone's going to hire you and be interested in you without you ever revealing how you feel about your work. And again, I would think maybe in construction work or something that you're trying to reproduce something, right? A goods, a service, goods and I mean, I don't want to say service because we talked about service as well. Like they asked me, have I worked in, it wasn't services per se, they picked a different type of occupation, and I'm like, yes, I have. I've served before, and I'm like, have you been in food services? Because that's what they're leaning on. They're leaning on the idea that services involve potential compartmentalization, maybe, but I would argue it's the opposite. So it's both actually, but the one that's being ignored is the idea that you can be a retail. They asked me if I work in retail. I'm like, well, yes, I do. But let's go even further and say, have you worked in food services? Because they're leaning on the idea that a business can be compartmentalized, so it can be transactional. Like, I totally get that. However, let's go one further and talk about services. When you're selling a product that is mandatory. Retail, you can say, oh, if you don't like the coat, that's too bad. Like, this is how much it is. That's fine. I don't care if you don't like this coat. It costs $300. I'm like, oh, you think it's too expensive? That's fine. It's $300. Like, you can get, that can work. Like, if you're selling a product, that's purely optional. In food services, you are also selling something, but you are also selling a service. So you could be as cold and as cold and apathetic as you want, and just do it for the paycheck. There's a very, very large gap between someone who make the best of their situation in order to represent the best of themselves in a situation that they don't like, versus someone who constantly operates in an ideal situation in which they say, well, it's take it or leave it. Because at least that's when but they did say I have a misconception, so I won't ever know if the misconception is they were agreeing with me, because it's difficult for me to expect that when they keep accusing me of not trying to empathize when they share none of it. And their excuse, in my opinion, is that it's very hard to text, which, by the way, they started with the classical thing. I'm not sure, Procol, if you have this problem. I don't think you do. This person introduced themselves because they believe it is more comfortable typing and texting online than having IRL conversations with other people. You know, the same dealy. Maybe I'm getting them mixed up with someone. Perhaps they introduce themselves as, oh, I'm better at socializing and speaking. I'm, extroverted, and I'm always like commuting with someone. That's incongruous with saying I only think about myself and I only have internals. They also said things like, oh, you think I'm immature. We spend hours talking about maturity and the pros and cons of maturity and immaturity, and then they advertise that, oh, I have a lot of old friends, like people in their 40s, 50s, and 60s, and I don't see what that has anything to do with maturity or immaturity, or the desiredness of immaturity and maturity. The thing you're talking about is you only care about what you think, and yet you keep telling me that you want to be empathetic. Like, the steps to being empathetic and compassionate is to take baby steps towards that. But if you're choosing to be very guarded because of past experiences and destructive nature, self-love is the way to go. Like self-love, coping, compartmentalization, and avoidant behavior. In the future, slowly you can address that, because I think compulsively compartmentalizing and compulsively avoidant doesn't necessarily make it any easier to address the problems that may come up. And then ultimately it negates any form of empathy or communication. So the impasse is that this person thinks that anything outside of themselves is not a big deal anymore over time. If they don't believe it now, over time they will at some point. So coping is really great. It's a plus, one of the plus of coping as a coping strategy, but it's not a plus when you have to work with other people. And one of the things about a creative profession is that you actually have to speak to other people and share and talk about it. That's kind of what we resonated on the first day. And going into the second day, it's more about saying what you want, but behaving in a different situation, or like behaving entirely different. And what they said, did it seem like they view compartment as a solely good or bad thing? Good thing. It's a good thing. It's a way of life. It's what makes their life different from mine. And it's the way that they want to view their ideal life. The thing is, they believe that I've misconstrued what they're doing. And that is very true. It could be very true, because I don't have a lot of information to work on. So when I offered them any chance to do so, their excuse is, well, this is where I would love to have a mic, because I talk much better than I type. Okay, that's fair. But let's start with a topic. You can, what can you type? And then ultimately, after like a 10 minutes, they type, well, it's not possible. Okay. And then they decided to explain to me how texting and writing has no subtext. I mean, I understand that art isn't a book, but the last time I checked, when people read books and read words, they imbue them with emotions. But if this person is saying that speaking is the only way to convey emotions, then that means that everything you said before, how could I empathize with it? It's like talking circles, in my opinion. That was a really, I would say it was a very challenging position. And in no way did I ever said or imply that they have to live a certain way. In fact, I actually said the opposite, where like it's not my place to gaslight anyone into thinking it, but I want to share my point of view, right? And they say something like, "Oh, I'm listening, but I hear you," and I'm like, "Okay. Do you have any to say about that?" Like, and then they share something, and I share something, but then it became I shouldn't share something that is in contradiction to theirs, because it would sideline theirs. And then meanwhile, the thing that they're saying is, I'm never here to sideline you when I'm saying things that are contrast to you. It's like, I never said you did. Like, you're supposed to share opposite things or different things. If you keep thinking that everyone has different lives and no one can connect with you, then fair enough. Tell me how I can never connect with you. I think that's one of the scary little bits that I was concerned about, where the whole idea was we're trying to relate to each other, right? We're trying to be empathetic. So if someone keeps telling you that you're different, it's impossible to understand, and every different strokes, different lives, then how can you possibly think that anyone's going to empathize with you? And despite all of that, I tried anyways, only to be called unempathetic. So those are the tough moments, I think. I think it's very tough, especially if the person is upset or suffering or what have you. So we could have a pity party. I ended up not choosing that route on the account that this person suggested that they have a air of maturity conversing with people who are older. I'm not entirely sure if older means something entirely different. I believe they suggested that older means that they're more understanding. And to me, if being around very understanding people doesn't necessarily mean you learn anything from them, or be like them, or want to be like them. In fact, I kind of feel like it's not even the old people. It's more like the very specific old people. Like, potentially old grumpy people who have lived a very comfortable life, who don't share that person's same conditions. It's so weird. Or at least maybe I'll have another opportunity. It's public, so I like to believe we're gonna keep it professional, right? I can't imagine like that's the person's correct. We are different people. I can no longer imagine a time where when I have to work, the first thing I think about is numb myself to everything. And because I personally, in my opinion, would not take on a job that causes me to numb myself entirely, right? That is a privilege. And that's where it's the weirdest thing. I think it was very sobering and humbling when someone told me that it's a privilege to want to care about your work. I like to think it's the opposite a lot of times. So that's where we reach the true impasse. Like, if you think that you can go to work and be successful and treat everyone like they're not important because the only thing important is what you do at home and in your private life, I think that's a privilege. I don't think it's so difficult for me to process that there is someone who is successful. There are extraordinary people that I think are the exceptions to the rule that this person might find attractive, that would say that they're such a big deal that they don't have to bend or associate or talk or relate to anyone because they're just that cool and unique and in demand. I don't think I've ever thought of it as a privilege. I think it's incredibly hard work to do that, to balance empathy and business in what you do. It's the one, and I used like a content creator, like the natural state of content creators as an example. Those who could not strike, are unable to strike the balance between those things, decided not to. They actually focused on compartmentalizing them, and it was unmanageable after a while. Something gave. Either the personal life becomes more important than the business, or the other way around. They gave up their personal life for the business. And that comment is not coming from inexperience. And I think being grateful for generosity is a great place to develop empathy. But since if you're constantly compartmentalizing, then despite people wanting to empathize with you, it won't seem like empathy. And that is sad. I specifically said it was very disappointing. Like, what was said was incredibly disappointing. So you just chose, in my opinion, to decide that whatever I'm doing is not worth your time, and that everything I've done or said was in my own interest. I'm like, okay, well, that's there's no more I can do about that. And I still haven't like blamed that person. And then at least the last thing you do when you're trying to empathize with someone is accuse them of being the aggressor. But it also means that they can easily make themselves out to be the victim, and then you the aggressor. And if you're not the aggressor, being painted as an aggressor, I still refuse to be the aggressor. So, tough times. That's something interesting I wanted to share with you, Brokaw. My rhetoric was, I hope they find an environment that suits their needs. I think that's the golden goose. They find an environment of mutually like-minded people, and that will remove any form of communication or need for empathy. Get lucky, go out there, discover yourself the best you can, go look for that environment that suits you, capitalize on it. That's very reductive, but it brings clarity to everything. The privilege that I have is I play in a world that is filled with non-clarity. It's not clear. It is not clear how people feel. It's not clear if your boss or coworker will like you, but you make it work because you have empathy and you have compassion. You have to work through problems. It's messy. It's rewarding. And it's not a privilege. It's a must to me. It's an obligation. So going around slapping that word onto something that they avoid doing because it might be easier or it's different, that's not a description of a privilege. My guess is that when someone said it's a privilege, they think that I was surrounded by happy people and I got lucky or something, and they weren't lucky, so they were abused in their life, and I can't possibly understand what it's like to be abused or neglected or have self-loathing or self-deprecation. And that might be true. I wouldn't know because they didn't share anything, and then they said they didn't want to. That's fine. Privacy is where privacy is due. So we can only connect with how much you want to express, right? If you don't want to express those things, then do not get angry or accuse the other person of not understanding. Because, like I said, I can't possibly understand if you say nothing, or if you choose to say nothing, or accuse me of never having to understand. And honestly, it wouldn't change if it was text or speaking, because there's no intent behind convincing the other person to understand in the first place. Wild. Okie dokie. Let's see.
就業
Oh,
昇進
昇進. Promotion. Job promotion. For every one of those, there's always a chance that you meet someone who's very hopeful. So I love that it was also coinciding with someone who's looking forward to sharing their story with the world. And I hope the best for them. I mean, I hope and wish the best for both the individuals. However, one I won't ever witness or have an opportunity to cross paths. Right. The other one, though, looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to what you'll make as well, Proko. If you're still in the background there. I look forward to seeing what you're going to do with your newfound zeal and motivation. Did I already tell you this? I want to be... Yeah, I might have already told you this. I want to be that guy who says, like, hey, you see that cool little thing that people are using right now? I know that guy. That's all I wanted to say. I want to be, like, I want to be the guy that knows the guy. Not like, oh, I'm their best buddy, or we like chill and exchange numbers and chat all the time. No, I just want to be the person that's like, one time I spoke with that person. You know, that cool show you're watching, I had the privilege of speaking with that person before. And boy howdy, do they have a story to tell you from where I met them to what they are now. I think that's cool. Yeah, I'll make sure to tell you if you create something of note. Yeah, you have to hit me up with that, because I'm no longer creating things like of note. Like for me, what Gonzalez, like Danny Gonzalez, represents is something that young people should be doing. Like, they should be ambitious, willing to share with the world, and not be like it hurts. It's so disappointing, disheartening when people are so hurt that they are unable to do that. So it does make me push down aggressively on someone who is young. They're 22, by the way, the other one. So cynical and jaded now that their first attempt to express themselves is to know that they're not going to ever express themselves through their work, right? So I don't know how successful that will be. Maybe I will be completely erroneous, but I am so waiting. I'm not in that anymore. Like, I think Peas and Carrots, someone else showed up after I haven't heard from a while, and they asked like, so what's my goal? Like, what's my goal in this? Oh no, Gonzalez actually asked me this, I think. What's my goal in like doing the artwork? When I was doing the artwork, I'm like, I don't know. The goal is to do something and see myself participate in it. I don't have a goal anymore. Like, I guess the goal is to make sure that despite not having goals, you can still enjoy what life has to offer. But to me, when I meet a young person, I love the idea that they have goals. They have things. They want to make it, right? Danny, the first thing they introduced is like, oh yeah, I've been working on this for 6 years, and I'm basically going to keep trying to pitch it until it goes off. And I'm like, I hope it happens. You know what? I'm not used to saying it will happen, but I feel like it will happen. Just think that it will happen. And one day, I'm like, dude, I had a conversation with the creator of this thing. Like, that's awesome. Like, my friend, like one of my best friends, I read their thing that they worked on that deal with policy. Like, one of the policies, like, it must be interesting to be in a position where when you create something, it has such large ripple effects. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you ended up doing. You would go on to do along with other people, but I haven't heard from, it hasn't been that long yet. The longest I've heard was 6 years ago. And they recently, like 4 years now, they are now head of like cybersecurity or something. But the thing is, I didn't get a chance to ask them like, is there something that I can like read about or see about? Because it would be really awesome to see like your name on it. And I was like, oh yeah, that guy. Like oh man, it would be really cool to be like, hey, you know, those meta glasses you have? Yeah, I know someone that worked on that. I just, that would be a fun flex. I'm very shameless in telling people what other people are doing, like the good, you know, the stuff that they're doing, changing the world and all that. I mean, I talk about John and Hank all the time, but it's not like I know them, and it's not like they know me. But the idea is you're on content creation, you're Twitch, you know, YouTube. The idea is celebrate the people that are doing things. If you yourself are motivated to compete with them, I hope you have a healthy relationship with that. I am in a non-compete with pretty much anyone I meet. So whenever someone says, oh yeah, I'm learning Japanese way faster than you by doing this and this and this, I'm like, awesome, can you tell me a little bit about it? And I will try to consider it and get it into it. But I have no goals, no goals like that. I'm not here to be the fastest Japanese language learner. I'm not here to go around surprising people with being a polyglot, or there's no need for clout. But I wish for all the clout for those people who have shared time with me. Like, it's kind of I said this before about teaching. When someone asks me, yeah, you must find teaching very rewarding, or why do you teach? Why like, what is the reward for teaching? Seeing the success. of the people you've helped, like in any way possible. Like that is the most rewarding thing. And in a really deep, serious manner, that's why I like the idea of children, like having children, raising one of my own. Like I'm in that age. Like most of the people around me either decided not, actually most of the people around me have decided not to have children. Those who did though, their children are like about to go to middle school, right? And then they're gonna end up going to high school, then college, and that's all I think about. Like that's kind of maybe that's what having a midlife crisis is like, where you start thinking, it's like, well, I don't have a family of my own. Instead of having a midlife crisis, right? Instead of going around and looking at, oh man, I have weird needs and fascinations and stuff, and it's very difficult to find companionship. Where can I dedicate my energy to? Posterity. Let's dedicate posterity. Go and try to tell people, impart on young minds that, man, the next 20 years of your life, I'm talking to people in their 20s, of course. The next 20 years of life, by the time you become my age, you have created so much. At least I hope to be able to tell them, like, hey, you remember 20 years ago? We were talking about how, like, you're just really boring and dull, and your life is kind of just passing you by, like, you don't think anything interesting. And then when I'm 60, right? When I'm 60 and old and just want to hear stories now because I'm just old, or tell my own story, I suppose. Those kids, those same 20-year-olds who are then 40-year-olds will take my place. And what I mean by it is they're not going to replace me, but they will be the generation that will encourage the next generation that you're human. And there's something incredible about being human. And that's overcoming odds, being creative. I know this is overly optimistic, but I do feel that saying these things are underrepresented versus the overrepresentation of the oppressive force that is knowledge. When you have a lot of knowledge, it is incredibly oppressive. You're not good enough, other people are doing it better, you're never going to be successful. Like, it is incredibly oppressive. The more information you have, the smaller you become. So to me, that's how I would contribute. I like to think that maybe one day when I die from old age or die from cancer or something, my lasting posterity is the idea that we can still find meaning to life and pursuits without being inundated by the overwhelming oppressive force that is having knowledge. Because knowledge is incredibly self-oppressing. The more you learn about the world, the more you feel like you're missing out. The more you learn about the world, the tinier you become, right? I'm basically describing nihilism, but I feel like nihilism is felt very differently when you're a middle-aged person like me now, or soon to be middle-aged, versus a growing, budding person who is finally breaking out in the world and realizing that the world is gigantic and pretty much most of the things you're doing is inconsequential. That's rough. I didn't grow up thinking the world was that large. I grew up understanding that the world is large enough to make discoveries, and then it is intimate enough to make me feel important. And then that whole compartmentalization thing, that's, in my opinion, a symptom of trying to compensate for feeling insignificant. How do you combat constantly feeling insignificant, having to concern yourself with the bigger world and other people? You protect yourself. because all the other people, there can be bads and goods, and if you're unlucky and you've encountered the bads, then that paves the whole world in a darkness, right? We gotta balance the darkness with the light, however small it is. I even found myself constantly saying, like, sometimes it's like 80% darkness and 20% light, but that's a quantity of darkness and a quantity of light. 20% could be a high quality light and just 80% of poor quality darkness. That's how you tip the scales. So I'm excited. Like the last game I reviewed. Oh, by the way, I have one interesting thing to share with you, Procol. The game that I reviewed, Kotoba Dash, I was like, huh. The person said that they really enjoyed my like critique, and they said in order to pay back the favor, right, they're gonna try to make it the best game they can. And I haven't heard from, like, I haven't seen any like changes or updates or something that was apparent. By sheer coincidence, I kid you not, I can't make this up. By sheer coincidence, yesterday evening, last night, I was like, maybe I should just check their YouTube channel to see if they have a new post of something they changed about the game. Because the day before, I noticed that their November launch window for the Steam store, it became TBA, so to be announced. So they decided they're going to change the game. Yesterday, when I searched for their channel, they posted a video 30 minutes ago talking about a change that they made to the game. And it was an interesting take. Like, I made a comment. I'm not saying it's like off what I said, but at the same time, it addressed something that I said, and it was an elegant solution. It was even more elegant than my like convoluted way of like creating timing and scoring. So I'm excited. That's what I think is so awesome about when generosity breeds generosity. Like, I'm hands down, if 2027 rolls around or something and this guy releases the game, I'm gonna be talking about the game. Like, I haven't ever been part of someone's creative process, so that's I feel alive again. Like I mean, I want to do some of these things professionally, but at the same time, it's kind of like, I'm gonna admit something. I do get scared that I might also be the reason people fail. So that's kind of a responsibility thing. So yes, I could say that I am very cowardly when it comes to only finding investment. Like, I have a very high selection factor, right? So the reason why I'm very critical and want to speak very at length in things is because those who do stay, I like to think that my aversion to being the reason someone fails is, I can own those far more than not trying. So the high gate that I give myself is also the high gate I'm willing to invest. So if I lower that gate, it would mean that I'm more willing to invest in a lot of things, but at the same time, it would proc my fear of failure. Like, I'm not gonna go around and tell everyone like, you'll always succeed. You will succeed. Where there's a way, there's a, hot take. Keep trying until you succeed. Or easy solution to life. Just don't care about what other people think. It's that simple. Just go after the things you only care about, right? Those type of things make me nervous and very scared. So I don't do that. And it shows because most people want to hear that. And I totally get it. I understand what people want to hear. I have to also balance it with my own adversity or like my own aversions. I try to avoid individuals who choose not to be committed to things, right? And that doesn't mean they're not going to be successful in their own way. I'm not equipped for that at the moment. However, if someone convinces me because they want to invest in me, oh, I'm down for that. I'm absolutely down for that. I think working a job and becoming dependable again is something I'm missing. I'm missing that a little bit. And every once in a while when someone comes by and say something, like I still push people away, obviously. Like, oh, you know, it's not my job. I don't want to make you dependent on me, right? Codependency is something that a professional does. Someone who's obligated to offer a service. Since I'm voluntarily doing this, I often worry that I can't meet those qualities because my fear is that there's no reciprocated obligations. You are not my client and I am not your employee, so to speak. But I do miss it. I miss having that pressure. I often wonder if I'm applying myself hard enough, because when I was in science, it felt awesome and awful at the same time. It's awful that I can never meet the constant demands that I could do better. At the same time, that made me the best me, or best me in some ways, right? Some ways. And just seeing in the background people doing better and constantly doing more because I somehow want to believe that I contributed even like 1 or 2% to that is something I miss so much. I do miss working like in a lab and contributing to a bigger whole or a bigger project or contributing to a group, because you can feel it. You can actualize your contributions. I don't think speaking and willy-nilly catering to myself all the time and doing digressions for self-improvement, that is an act of self-serving. So like what I said to Gonzalez when they asked about what my goals are for you doing Inktober, and you know, we talked about this before pro call as well. It's like, I'm not a good person. I try to be kind. I'm not a nice person, because most of the things I do are self-serving. It makes me I'm doing things for my own benefit. I'm self-improving. Until my self-improvements contribute to someone else, it's purely selfish, right? It might not be for clout, but that doesn't mean it's not selfish. The things I'm saying now is a selfish way of me rationalizing my desires, right? And by sheer coincidence, when my expression of my selfishness online, through content creation and stuff, meets an opportunity to be selfless, that whatever that thing is, it's all my energy, because I miss it. I absolutely, most definitely miss it. Would I charge towards it to remind myself of how I miss it? No, I wouldn't, because I know what happens when I do that. I burn out. It's kind of like an addiction. Like, it feels really good. It is also the reason why I drove my body and my physical capacities into the ground, right? It's kind of like, oh man, I really want to buy those Pokemon cards. I really do. But the moment I buy one set of Pokemon cards, I'm probably going to buy like $50,000 more, complete the set, and try to turn it over to 100,000. Like, I don't want to get caught up in that. That was why I constantly say when people say, "Oh, do you collect anything?" or "Oh, that's a pretty healthy way to collect things," and I often say, I have a very unusual, like maybe a thing I'm trying to cope with, like a management of material gains, because when I think of materials, I try to turn over a profit. Like, I collect things for the reward of collecting them, but I also have to make it sustainable. So something will then, my life will be then, a bit of it will compulsively be done to collect things. I mean, gacha games. I play, the Phantom X, and I talk about gacha responsibly. It comes deeply from myself. Like, it is very, very easy for me to like say, oh, hey, all right, if I really want to collect everything, let's just drop $10,000 on this and call it a day. Get that quick dopamine spike, show people how much like edgier I can be, and then that's good enough, right? Now I think that becomes chronic for me personally. So it's like enough taste of all the vices that other people have, because I don't think humans are like, there are humans that are suddenly born without those particular vices. I don't speak from an idea where I'm free of these vices. I think how often I speak about particular vices is because I spend most of my time thinking about them. So when someone keeps saying I'm different, I spend most of my time seeing the commonalities in people. That's how you create empathy. So if you keep saying that we're different, I don't see that as much as the similarities. That brings people together. So I'm looking forward to the zeal. The one day, I wonder what your first product is going to be called, Prokal. Like, just thinking about, like, if you wrote a book, what is the title of the book? Or if you like decide to start a show, what are the characters in your show? If you like make a piece of software, what are you gonna call it? I'm just genuinely so interested in seeing what people I know create, right? It's another thing to have people around you who want to share these things, right? There's a lot of reservation and humility. I think I'm genuinely very privileged to have friends that they're very humble. So when they're humble, you have to take the extra investment to figure out what they're doing. So you have to involve yourself in their affairs to figure out what they're doing, because they don't like drawing attention to it. So I am often comfortable in realizing that, much like myself, I don't like celebrating the things I contribute to, but I sure as heck love hearing what other people are doing. You've never thought about what the name might be. You might start brainstorming some good ones. I know. It will be fun. It's hear me out. I know this is gonna sound super weird, but having a child, think about it. Like, think about the moment when you name your child, when you and your significant other decides a name for your child. That's like, I think, I know, since I don't have a child, I can't possibly imagine the difference yet. But when you build something and you put all of your life into it, right? Your life force before, you're younger. So you're thinking about your product. That baby is your baby. It's your professional baby first. When I try to publish, my work, or like help out with work, I try so much to make it important and impactful to my mentor. And that stuff can also get dangerous. That's how you get to the point where you're like, okay, this sounds very provocative, but that's very similar when you start having children as well, where like your child is your baby. Your child is perfect. They can do everything. Like when they get an A, you're gonna want an A++ from them, right? That's kind of how I feel about where I'm like deviating my efforts. I'm not doing my Inktober prompt, by the way. I feel like this is a repeated pattern, but don't worry, we'll get it done the next day. Anyways, I mark my words, in 5 years, if I ever cross paths with someone, I check up on people, by the way, the ones that never come back, the ones that like I know that they have a public presence. So like I look at their channels every once in a while, or I look at their like feeds and stuff to see if they're in a public like a creation profession. Maybe fortunately or unfortunately, the vast majority of the ones that occasionally come back and say their life is doing well, they work in an environment that's non-creative. Like what I mean is non-publicly creative. They do things in a privacy, like a proprietary environment. So the way I could possibly get more updates on them is to ask them how they're doing, like indirectly, right? So I think that characterizes like 90% of the people that I still keep in contact with. They work jobs that have proprietary consequences, be it NDAs or non-competes and things like that, where you can only talk about it at arm's length. And also they might be so specialized that I can't comprehend it unless I maintain consistent contact with that field, right? So neat though. I don't think I have I do actually, sort of. So I have a best friend who has a family member who started writing books, and I've yet to read the book, but apparently she's publishing the 3rd book in the series. Technically my best friends also publish things like for reading pleasure and stuff, and occasionally I dabble. Maybe that's where I should invest some more time. They don't know I'm talking about it. Shh, right? Don't tell. Some of the people I've met online have wised up to this, where I often talk about them, like whenever they like occasionally stop by, they would know that I'm talking about them, but it's often like talking them up. And I hope that one day, I really do hope that this day doesn't come where someone like dislikes me for talking them up, because I genuinely think if I had to take a gamble, talking up instead of being apathetic, like indifferent, or talking down as like at the expense of someone, is rarely income. If I had 10 times, I would do it all 10 times. I would talk the person up. I overestimate people and I deal with the disappointment. I don't ever underestimate someone and lose hope. Like that is the consequence. That's one of the ones that I find clarity in my life. When someone says they're going to do something, I look for any possible way that it works. You deal with the disappointments. You look forward to overestimating yourself, right? That is the thing. So I secretly do this all the time. Like I've talked about Shashinko multiple times, and I don't play Shashinko anymore, or I don't do. I hope Ryan like just randomly drops a thing. We talk like for 3 seconds, you know, like maybe like 15 to 30 seconds. There's also Eric, who's making So to Speak, Like, there's so many interesting things. Can't wait. So help me, pro call. If your thing that you're gonna make is called pro call, listen, you gotta make it funny. Nah, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I can probably call it pro call. Call it pro call's baby, and no one will understand except for me. Oh man, dude. I'm basically talking about the very reason why I wanted to be a teacher or a professor. Like that is the big thing. Like, what can you do for a teacher and a professor? You make something and you put it inside joke to tell them that they remember you. And that is the world. That is absolutely the world. It's no short of having a child of your own and seeing that child graduate and cite you as a form of like motivation or a source of motivation. That's like unbelievable, right? I feel that I would live 20 years longer just to see that. Obviously, if I was 20, I would think differently. When I was 20, I was like, oh, I can't wait to become, like, finish my education so I can make money and like build things so that other people will know that it's me who did those things, and that would be the perspective. But now is like, I can't wait. Like, I'm not anxious for myself. I'm not in a hurry or anything. But sure as heck, I gotta keep myself from making the people around me, the younger people around me, incredibly nervous. Because sometimes I'm kind of nervous for them. As in, like, I'm nervous in the sense of not a bad thing, but I'm anxious. I'm excited. Like, as though it would happen overnight. And I totally get that, because if I do that, I'd be contributing to the internet hustle culture, right? So I don't want to do that. I actually am trying very hard not to make it seem like that. So, like, it's a message to myself when I say, oh yeah, when you're learning Japanese, this is how it is. It takes time, it takes practice, it takes commitment, it takes discipline. But man, if you're a 20-year-old and you found somehow you cracked the secret to becoming fluent in Japanese in 1 year, I would be fist pumping in the background. But I wouldn't be trying to say that's the standard. But man, good for you. Like, I genuinely mean when someone says, oh, they can prove me wrong, and then they prove me wrong, it's like, good for you. That is exactly why you are young, ambitious, and successful. Because when you get older, in my opinion, things kind of slow down. And the reason why the things kind of slow down is it makes things manageable and healthier. It's a good thing that things slow down. To me, like, it's a good thing. It makes so that you're stop being anxious about certain things, like anxious with your ambitions, or making moves and making large moves and then realizing you can't do them anymore. That type of thing can be very self-defeating when you get older. So anyways, thought I end with a more positive spin on things. See? Alright, got that out of my system. We're good.
休暇
Yuka. Zetsu. Oh, what? A what? I want to say like Saneru. I swear if it's Katsaneru, I have no idea. Okay, okay. That's fine. That's fine. Say and direction. Like if you're yelling in a genuinely have yeah where it's the direction that I'm getting hung up on. I have like a big blank. No dice. Let's move on. I think I skipped like 10 so far today. I'll have a bunch of things at the end.
輸送
So
時々
yep.
輸出
輸出 okay. Wari? Warihiki. No? I think it is. Warihiki. No? Wahiki? No. E? E? Send help! Okay. Alright, hold up. Huh. This could be it could be onyomi. I don't think so. Oh, I've got the rendaku. Waribiki.
割引
Waribiki. What is that? Heck. Divide and pull. How do I know this? Something about Wadio and pulling it from the tree does a discount. Oh no. Oh no, there are two of these. Does that help? Wait. Is this new? I must have blanked out. There was a Mon. I do remember Mon from yesterday. That I don't recognize. I think this. Oh no, it's gotta be this. So Mon Chinens. Why can't I? Oh, it's visit. So Homon?
訪問
I think this is still visit though. Yes. Alright. はじめに
はじめに
at first. Firstly. What? To begin with? Oh my gosh. It's still at first. Or in the beginning. Yeah, at first. At first. Oh, to begin with is actually one of them. Oh, and I misspelled to begin with to being with. Alright, it's fine. Wait, that's not Nen. Oh my gosh, it's gone. Oh, okay.
切腹
Seppuku. Of course. Do all the memes. Oops. Ah! What? Hold. That's a stab, isn't it? I think that's a stab. Oh, this is business card probably, or something like that. I feel like this is business card. So it's something like something dealing with a sheep. Can't see how this is anything else. A Tadashi business card. Oh. Mashita. Business card. Oh. UI business card. It's got to be just replacing the she, right? So meshi.
名詞
What? The heck?
南極
Nankyoku. South Pole. Okay.
革ジャン
Young.
I.
I. I.
し
She. Ooh. Oh, like
問う
oh. Okay. Atama? No. Atamasu? No. What is another way to express head? Osu. No? What? Wait. Hold up. What? This was definitely yesterday. How? It's not atama itai. There's no way we're using that. It's new. Oh, the zoo.
頭痛
Zutsu. Hey. We're getting there. We're getting there.
不燃ゴミ
Nengomi. How do I say just not burnable? Unburnable? Is unburnable a word? Is it in or unburnable? I feel like non-burnable is fine too, right? Oh, I went for it. Probably no. What? What the coal? Wait, is that coal? Create. I don't think so. Yeah? What else? What else could you be? Wait. Am I think I might be getting this mixed up with Bill. It's definitely create, right? Yeah. And oh no, yeah, it's definitely build, but it's not a ta. Like, oh wait, no, it is ta. It's gotta be.
立つ
Yeah, tatsu to build. Like, I think I typed tatetsu. Wait. Oh, to be built. Okay. I think that one's okay. Not okay. Oh.
憧れる
Akogareru. Akogareru. What the? It's fine. Good enough. I feel like this changed. Because yesterday I was like, oh, it's gotta be Chidan, right? But it's not. Because it's Nedan. Yeah, right.
値段
Nedan. Nedan wa ne? The price. Okay. I'm gonna Kuroshimu. Kuroshimu.
苦しむ
Kuroshimu. Shimu.
違う
違う Or wait. Wait. Oh no, what's the pivot? There's a pivot from my oh, in May. Oh no, that's May.
ごとに
Totoni, it's like for every. Oh, I was getting it mixed up, sort of. Yes, I was, because this is called. Right? Just kidding.
健忘症
Kenbosho. Just kidding. Kenbosho. Ne? I can't spell amnesia. Feels bad. What in the
売り切れ
Urikire? Stop sale? Oh no, just sales. Sale numbers? What sale? Like a sale? Like a sale discount? Yeah, sale and cut. I thought it was like sold out. Maybe sold out is how. Okay. I was gonna be like end sale. Sold out. Yes. Oh.
健
Oh,
康
that's the call I'm looking. It's fine. What? It's not Sawaru? Oh wait. Oh, I'm back. Oh, I skipped 12. Well, that's bad. So anger. How do I express the frustration with the limitations of my memory tools? You get angry. That's how you do it. You get angry. It's like okoru, but I don't know where the okoru is.
怒る
Okoru, yeah. Get angry. I don't know where the ko is coming from. Okra. Oh man. Ah man. Oh, this is gonna help me with another thing. Oh, this is gonna help me with another thing. I'm pretty sure I connected two things together. Oh, I saw. Oh, I had a solution. There was a solution to this. Now it's gone. It's because I got this thing mixed up with this one. The left is wild. It's ya. Pretty sure. It's ya. Heck. Yeah, heck. Yaro. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Rude. Oh, like jerk. I'm gonna use the word jerk. Yes. Yaro. Right. I said that earlier. Oh, I really thought that was it. Was this supposed to be like... Oh, no. No. I thought it was you. Oh, wait. This is Wata. Transit. Oh no. It's not Ken. I thought it was like Kenyaku. I think I typed the same thing this time. What is that? Like peasant duty? Like this is like, oh wait. Is it what I think it is? Wait. Keneki, right? Oh. No, Geneki.
Geneki.
That's like currently working. Oh, dang. That came from nowhere. I still think this is like Himesha. It's a revolutionary. Help me, my friend. My brain. Help me to discover how to say revolutionary. I think the... Oh, no, wait. That's not Sha. Hime... Oh, no, wait. What? Oh, no, wait. Kaku. Kaku. Kakume. Meka.
革命家
Oh, heck. Harry.
担ぐ
Katsumu. Okay. That just came back to me too. The meaning for the... Dang. Like to lower something. To fall down. Oh, to take down. Oh, take down. Wait, how do I know what this was? Orosu, right? Take down. Yeah, to lower something down or to take down. Okay. Oh, to bring down. That's kind of. This is the increase thing. The Su. I feel like there was a ya in this. Or it could be. Masu.
ます
Masu. Oh, increase the love. Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. To improve the soul. Okay. I think this one is the lost cause. How about this one? Oh, I had this on I had this in the bag. Now it's gone. The nature of memory. It's like Suno, right? Oh, nothing changed, right? It's yeah, Suno.
素直
How the heck do you Suno? Like you Suno is honest. Oh no, I'm back to the beginning. Oh, this is wait, I got this. I know what this is. It's like
表す
arawasu. And what is this? Or like to become it now or something, like you are now, or like to occur, or how do you be the thing now? You are now the thing. It's kind of like to appear and not like appear. I don't make sense. One was to appear. It's not this one. This is related to it. Pretty sure this is related to it. What are my other choices? Oh wait. I know what this is now too. right? Yes, it's like tazuneru.
尋ねる
Tazuneru. Oh my. Oh man. Wait. It has to be cocoon, right? But what does it mean? I think it's imasara. Yeah, it's probably imasara.
今さら
Imasara. It's too late. Yes, imasara. Too late. But I don't quite remember what the renew. Sarani is where that's coming from. It's kind of pretty concerningly. Still fine. I'm a little disappointed in this though. Like you just become, you are the thing, you made something and now you are, or what are you? Can't phrase this. Why can't I phrase you? If you're gonna appear, like, well, this is not appear. So if you're not appearing, to appear is like intransitive, right? So what is the transitive version, or what is the transitive version of appear? To show. Okay. All right, we got 6 lessons, so we better book it on out. Oh my lordy, what is tomorrow look like? Okay, anyways. Let's see the new one. East Asia. Okay. So, Asia. Really?
東アジア
Asia. Okay. That's fine. Afternoon sun. Oh, west sun. Nice. Nishibi. Okay, yeah. Kitakaze. Okay. Double kun for north. Okay, that's fine. North makes sense. South wind. Minamikaze. Okay, Minamikaze. Atlantic Ocean. Oh, there's Atlantic Ocean. They added it back. Nice. They might have just skipped over it. What is it? Xiang. Or Xiang. Am I being a pep? Xiang. Okay. So this is what? Taiseyo. Taiseyo. Okay. So they went with all. Okay. Alright. I think I got it.
Higashiasia. Nishibi.
Kitakaze.
Interesting that it's not kitagaze instead of kitakase.
Minamikaze.
Heck. Taiseyo. Alright, let's get to this. You know, I'm feeling pretty energetic. I might actually still do my Inktober prompt. We do have upcoming 3 days to... We have 3 days to squeeze in 2 double prompts. Alright. So, gotta go over what... We do death into the Monix, into the read, right? Still. So let's do these. Yeah, beckon. Beckon. Shogun. Coots. Oh no, not Coots. Yield. Then Coots. Lend. Sleep. Mean. Shoes. Coots. Edge. And root. Oh. Alright. Now we do the reads and then the definition outside of these. So, show. Dan, steps. E, stomach. Gut, belly. Two, pain. I, retreat. Tsu, naya. Naya, worry. Spare time. Shiki, shoku. Weave. Me, astray. Waku, misguided. You, invite. Not invite. Yes. No, visit. You visit. No, invite. This is invite, yes. Yes. Chew. Get a position. Oh, invite. Go. Anger. Show. Ascend. Mean. Sweet. Drowsy. Show. Symptom. Tighten. Oh, no. Haku. Urge. Akoga. Yearn. Tsu. No. Dense. Han. Goku. Kyoku. Stream. Oh. Hen. Healthy. Oh. Ease. And Yo. Guy. Alright. That's a wrap for WaniKani today. Third day's charm. Hopefully. Tomorrow, right? Alright, folks. That's a wrap for our WaniKani session. If you're gonna watch this there, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up WaniKani, give it a try. Let me know what you think. Right? And with open arms, you're more than welcome to come on by, yap about things, talk about things, trying to establish some empathy, I suppose. Always worth a shot. Right? If it's not for you, it's not for you. Fair enough. Impasses are impasses. It's great to talk about them, great to discuss them. Look forward to hearing all the great things. Whoever is out there creating things, right? Young ambition is palpable. Becoming old doesn't necessarily mean that I can't appreciate young things, and I hope that young things keep me vibrant and youthful, right? Until next time, you're more than welcome. Minasan, mata ne. Mite kurete arigato. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get up, stretch, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第276天 Wednesday 276. I don't know what it is that makes this 160. Suddenly there's like a boost over the max. Burning the midnight oil here. Had a few things yesterday. Yesterday went pretty alright. Pretty decent. We've been cutting out the reading of context and reading of example sentences to make room for Inktober, but I think we're gonna skip Inktober today. It's perfectly alright because I was able to talk about some hopeful positivity in exchange. Can't miss the opportunity to chit the chat, you know. I swear there was a phrase that was taught about sharing a drink. What was it? Was it really with the same person? I think so. I don't remember what the phrase is. It was like some... Oh no, it isn't. That was when I'm talking about Dublin and stuff. Never mind. Alright. Anyways, we have 2 vocabulary words, right? Chue is really weak, so this one is ching chue. Right? Oh no. Is it moon? I feel like it's moon. And not... Yeah, it's moon, right? Che. Che. Yeah, I don't know if there's a little thingy there. I'll look at it in a bit. This is crisp. Zhi si, it's just kind of tough to say too. 自私 right. 自私 selfish. I talked about selfishness today earlier. 加 commend. Commend. Sorry, I'm kind of smiling because I sound like a broken record at this point. Anytime like as someone comes by, it's like, oh yeah, you know, I gotta stay on task, and it's like I'm who am I kidding? I'm not gonna stay on task when I have company. That's the whole point. It's such a weird reflex, but it's practically a broken record. It's funny inside joke, you know? I feel like I can draw something for that. How big it is. Should turn that into an emote or something. Okay, pun. Let's see. Pun. Yeah, pun was a little depressing. Mixed in identity. I keep thinking it's yen instead of pun. What is that? Pun is 04. So most of these are pretty good. Yeah, not bad. Let's look at first. I do want to make sure Chid. Oh, yeah, that is not correct. I totally wrote Chid as danger. But it's not. Wait, it is danger. I just wrote danger incorrectly twice. Yeah. Dang. No wonder it looks weird. It's fine. Good thing I noticed. At least I understand it feels weird. Alright, let's do our lessons.
旋律
旋律. Shen? Revolve. Lü. Law. Melody. A melody is made by having notes which revolve and resound according to the law of the song. That's kind of a tough one. Li. What? 哦，
旋律
that's
倾
tough.
听
倾听，倾听，倾 inclination to listen, listen attentively, or inclined to listen. 倾听 That's okay.
倾听信赖
信赖 believe, lie. Rely on, believe and rely on, trust. Yeah. That's a great way to
信赖
talk about trust, believe and rely on.
分裂
分裂 part 裂 That's the split. Oh, split into parts. Okay. 分裂
分裂山谷
山谷 mountain 谷 valley mountain valley
山谷旋律山
山
谷
谷倾听
倾听
heck heck
分裂
分裂
信赖
信赖okay. I don't trust my hands right now. 旋转旋转 revolve 转 pass through to rotate. Oh, to turn. Oh, wait. Oh, I realized something. Oh, okay. That's fine. Turn. Yeah, that's fine. Revolve into turn. That's not Chuan. That's fine. Okay.
旋转
旋转旋转
河谷
河谷河谷 reminding myself about her 河谷 river valley makes sense.
河谷无赖
无赖无赖 no lie not trustworthy Not reliable. Scoundrel.
无赖
Bye. Scoundrel.
结
Yeah, to sever. Yeah. Spade and a turkey? Jimmy Neutron is inside the electricity plant where he works part-time, chasing a turkey that is running around once again, plucking out wires and causing a mess. He takes out his high-tech spade and shoots it at the turkey, severing its head. The turkey continues to run around, the blood from his severed neck going all over the electricity. Wow, that's kind of gruesome. But I guess that's fine. Maybe a little more PG-13 would be like, Jimmy Neutron is inside the electricity plant where he works part-time chasing after a turkey. So he pulls out a high-tech, it's like severing all the, pecking and severing and plucking all the wires from their connections to the generator. So he takes out a high-tech spade. No, the spade is getting lost. Spade, and instead, like, it's like a special mind controlling device that calms the turkey down, right? And has it. But spade. There's no other spade. This one's gonna be trouble. We'll see. Edge. Sever. Stop. And completely different. What? 截然不同. Completely down. 截然. Not same. Okay. Sever. So not same. Okay. Double checking stuff.
结宠
宠. To pamper. Oh, that's interesting. Dragon is involved in. Okay. A non-long. There is an ong though. The heckin' dollhouse. Charlie Brown is in the basement of the temple, where he pampers the dragon that is there to defend all the priceless relics. Okay. He has a stack of doll houses, the dragon's favorite snack, piled on the rock floor. He throws on after another into the dragon's open mouth, pampering it. He also pets it a bunch too. Charlie Brown is starting to overlap with Frodo. Alright, we'll go with this. 宠物. A pet? Oh, that's cute. A dot on. 宠爱.宠爱. 宠爱. Okay.
宠
宠. Okay. All right.
« 旋转
Got it.
河谷
Ah!
结 无赖
Bye.
宠愤
Indignant. Well, that's a fancy word. Indigence. I need some help here. Okay. Okay. I usually use indignation, right? Yeah. Okay. Frodo is in the bathroom of the infirmary, where he is indignant at the doctor showing preferential treatment to the shellfish who are able to enter the stalls first. What the? Okay. Calm down. Hiding a cross inside a bunch of flowers. Okay. The last time, these like flower and cross, this seems like it's occurred before in Pun, right? Pun. Was shellfish in it too? I'm pretty sure it was. I feel like this is a potential. Oh no, it's not. Just kidding. Where have I seen this before? Where have I seen you before? Hiding a cross inside a bundle of flowers. Frodo? He airs his indignant grievances by stabbing the shellfish with his hidden cross, releasing its soul in the process. Maybe the other way around. So, Rose in the bathroom in the infirmary. Right, trying to recover. Trying to heal his soul. Right. From the indignant feelings of mistreatment from his adventures, right? The burdens on his souls. The doctors try to console him with flowers and faith, which I think I can use that with cross from now, and even money or shellfish. Yeah. Indignant. 气愤 愤怒. Oh, 愤怒 is paired with that. All right.
愤毁
Wait. To destroy. That's awfully specific. The Hulk is in the basement of the beach house by the bay, where he's digging in the sandy soil below the shore with a comically huge mortar. He is looking for some missiles that is hidden in the sand beneath the beach house. Unfortunately, he digs too aggressively, causing him to hit the missile that's in the sand with his mortar. Boom, the entire basement and houses above is destroyed, and a huge rain sends everything. The Hulk is buried beneath the ruins. He himself also... Nah, he's just indestructible. It's fine. But this is good enough. I like it. 智慧. Oh, to self-destruct. Okay. 坠毁. 坠. I don't know that 坠. 死. 死毁. Destroy. Okay.
腿
So many more characters.
牢
Lao. Jail. Do I have anything specifically for jail yet? No, I don't think so. Oh no, it's the dollhouse again. Legolas is inside the barn, stuck inside a gigantic dollhouse. He's in the cow jail for stealing milk. Inside the jail next to him is a cow that look at him with disgust as he chops slowly on some hay. Alright, we're just gonna reverse it. I mean, it's funny, but Legolas is inside the barn, you know, taking care of the cows. However, they wrecked the, I'm gonna call it, it's like an expensive enclosure is how I'm gonna use the dollhouse from now on. An expensive enclosure. So he placed the cow in a jail or a cage, but you know, prison. that's a funny image. A cow munching slowly on some hay. Excuse me. Something from a family cartoon. Lao Yu. Lao Feng. Okay, film. Okay.
牢
Lao.
剑
Tian. Oh, that's arrow. Interesting. Jimmy Neutron is in the bathroom of the pawn shop, decorating it as instructed by his boss. Okay, he makes arrows from tusks and bamboo. Okay. And hangs them on the wall. Each arrow points in a different direction. The tusk and bamboo arrows contain a hidden message that only high IQ people like Jimmy can decipher. I mean, alright. That's how you're gonna pigeonhole the Jimmy Neutron thing? That's fair. Rocket or young. Interesting. Versus a missile. Arrowhead. Yento. Arrowhead, literally. Oh, it's Gung. Yeah.
剑
I have heard of Jian for arrow.
柱
Ooh, to be stationed. Okay. It's still Zhu too for dwell. Interesting. It has the right. And then it had a horse next to it. George Costanza is in the bathroom of the house where he is stationed with his horse, naturally. They stand in the bathtub and George holds a candlestick high in the air to keep the bathroom lit. George is unsure how he got there and why he needs to be stationed with a horse in the house. Shouldn't they be in the stable or something? Ooh, I don't like these ones. I got a better one. Or, for my purposes. George is in the bathroom of a house. He is supposed to be stationed in the bathroom to receive guests, right? Receive guests. It's a fancy bathroom, but it's someone's fancy house. Instead he horsed around with a candlestick. With the fancy candlesticks. There is a chance this could end up being... I could end up thinking it's the English manner, but that's fine. Garrison. Ooh, show. Okay. Do I have... Yeah, guard? Oh, yeah, it's a garrison. Ooh, Hua. He's stationed in China, that makes sense. Okay.
住份
Hmm. This is probably the
Lao.
weakest one. The other ones are pretty good today.
尾
Unless there's more. I wasn't keeping track.
住 见
Oh, there are more. Oh no. We're getting so many more characters now. What the heck? It's 5 extra characters each. Oh no. I think I'm gonna start to slowly descend into madness. Domestic animals. Yeah, there are far less vocabulary now. There's more than 50% characters. Characters are getting out of control. Shun. Oh, Shun. I see a Shun in there. Cow and alien. Shrek is in front of the English manor, where he is in charge of the domestic animals. He is next to a cow on the huge immaculate lawn, letting it graze, and suddenly an alien beams the cow up. You know? That's... Oh, come on. You missed the alien abduction? An alien comes down from the sky and decides to make Shrek his domestic animal. That does... Alright, we're gonna... So Shrek is in front of the English manor. He's in charge, right, of animals. But just his luck, it's starting to sound like Charlie Brown. Charge of the animals, the cows. But then, suddenly, an alien spaceship comes and beams and abducts the cows. Leaves Shrek because, well, he's an ogre. Not a domestic animal. Okay. Chunko. Rot? Animal? Not cultured enough. Rot. British spelling of draft? Wait, that doesn't help. Oh my gosh, we're going British. What? What? A draft and that doesn't help either. Wait, hold up. A draft animal is a domesticated animal used to pull heavy. Oh. That's how you wow. I wasn't expecting this. At Taiwan though. So Taiwan. So wow. You squeezed how do you even squeeze something like that in there? Okay. I see how it is. Alright, those are some characters.
生揪
Yo, entangle. What was entangle? It kind of looks like this. Hold up. Entangle. Oh no, it's not. Karamu. Karamu is... No. No. Dang. Although, yeah, no, Torch still exists though. Okay. Jimmy Neutron's in front of the bakery carrying a high-tech torch that he needs to use to light the ovens in the bakery. He runs towards the bakery door only to accidentally get entangled in a pile of silk threads and croissants that's on the sidewalk in front of the door. He struggles to get free while holding on to his high-tech torch above his head, but just gets entangled further. Oh, I thought they were gonna go and like set the place on fire. Which, yeah, you could accidentally do that. Oh, those are hard. That is really tough. A high-tech torch. Could be a flashlight. And then how would you get entangled? We're just gonna have to deal with it. I think this one's gonna... That is easily the weakest one. Jason. Dispute. Entangle. Disorderly. Disorderly. Entangle. 非像 entangle. Correct. Entangle. Ooh, this one.
纠 拦
Not good. Lan fence. I think saloon doors and trees are becoming really questionable. Legolas is inside the pawn shop where he's trying to make a fence around the door to prevent customers from coming in and annoying him. Why would Legolas do that? He uses a tree and the wood from some secondhand saloon doors to create a small fence. If any customer tries to jump over, he throws vintage letters at them until they turn around and... Oh my... Okay. Fence. So we're talking about the literal fence as opposed to fencing. Yes. Okay. Legolas is inside the pawn shop. Trying to sell special elven special fence made of elven wood. That's where the tree is coming from. I don't know what the letters are for. Oh no, they're letters. Yes, as well as we're just gonna do vintage stationery. Convert letters into stationery at the saloon door entrance. Trying to sound like Xena. Sounds like a fence. Like to fence something to sell. A column? Lan Mu. Fence and eye. What? Oh, cattle pen.
燃煮
Started strong today, and we're going into the pits. George Costanza is in the basement of the house where he's sitting next to the elder, slowly boiling a sun. The sun, which is strangely cold, is in the... Oh my goodness. Alright, George Costanza is in the basement. Basement of an of the house of an elder. Chilling in the the man cave, right? The man cave. Waiting on some delicious, oh no, stew to cook under the sun lamp and burner, and on the burner, right? Good enough. Vibe day. Boiled eggs, 水煮蛋 makes sense. 煮咖啡, brew cafe. Oh, interesting. Kind of reminds me of yaku.
煮
Like how you can use it for
户
multiple manner of things relating to that activity. Ooh, oh, it's been a while seeing declaration. Decoration and bottle. Oopa. Oopa is in the bathroom of the house where he's come across a bottle of strong liquor. Strong turtles. Attached to it is a declaration saying that nobody should drink it, strongly advising that it is too strong, especially for turtles. Koopa ignores it, and sure enough, the drink is so strong that he immediately falls on his face into the tub. We'll try to do that. Ku to strongly resemble. Wholehearted. 冷酷无情. Oh man. Cold, strong, nothing feeling. Cold-hearted. That captures my objective heart right there. Cold-hearted.
户
Sometimes reality can sound pretty cold-hearted.
Sheng 揪
Wait, I think I got something I can use for this. Yeah, this one's not great, so... Jimmy Neutron is in front of the bakery, entangled in another weird experiment. He is trying to install special silk sheets to store croissants for longer periods of time. Presumably they are also fire resistant. Tested by using his high-tech torch. Outside. I guess. Man. You would think it's on the inside, so that could be a problem still.
煮
煮. And this one's pretty weak too. Ah! A great example. One's okay.
户
There's some weaknesses in both.
燃
Yep. Really weak. Alright. So we're getting double the character volume, nearly double the character volume. Man. I guess this is where it tapers off, where it's totally just, there's not enough vocabulary. 160. All right. No whammies, no whammies. Yeah, starting to crash out on energy. Oh, I just realized I have this character already that I'm working on in WaniKani. Oh, right, because it's yeah. No, they both are old. What the? Oh, yeah.
畅谈，
他们整晚都在畅谈。
山岗，
我们爬上了一个高高的山岗。
Man, 跨
国，
这是一家跨国公司。
is weak. It's such a good word too. Multinational.
面膜，
我晚上用面膜。
Ek. Wait.
氛围，
浴室温暖的氛围。
One day I will spell that correctly. One day.
苏，
That's kind of weak.
侧，
I just used this. And now it's gone. Oh.
顺畅，
计划执行得很顺畅。
强化，
强化我们的技能。
强化我的技能，我们的技能。Strengthen? Okay.
畅销，
这本杂志畅销海外。
Heck.
圆，指，正确，
这是正确的方法。
What? What? Oh, that's a typo.
喊，支票，
我用支票支付了餐费。
只好
下雨了，我们只好回家。
Must. I guess must works or have to. Okay. It's a stronger should.
加速
汉字英雄加速你的汉字学习。
It's increase in speed, or maybe quicker, or to accelerate. Yeah, to increase speed, or speed up, or increase speed. Okay. Skeleton. Wait, what happened? Oh.
野餐
我爱在夏天野餐。
峰会
许多领导人出席了峰会。
气氛
这里的气氛很轻松。
Heck! What?
“鞋
Wait. Hold on. I need to double back on that one. Oh, everything's going to put
饮食
他的饮食很奇怪。
推广
中国政府希望推广中文。
like popularize.
去
Oh, come on. Oh, they want like muscular arm.
歌剧
歌剧院
Oh no. Oh no. Just gonna go for it. Oh no. Oh. I'm not so sure.
杰作
大家都认为那是一件杰作。
睡袋
这款睡袋很轻便。
Oh wait. I think it's
称号
它配得上模范教师的称号。
what? Like name tag title. Okay. All right. Register name tag title.
以下
房间里温度是10度以下。
导入，
这个国家最近导入了一种新的环保技术。
挖，
What the way? Oh, I missed G.
画，洗刷，
他正在洗刷窗户。
What? Oh no, wait, that's not her. Just kidding.
嘉宾，
他是我们节目的特别嘉宾。
比如，
爬树的动物，比如猫。
or like, for example, yeah, like is fine. Yeah, like is fine. What? Huh? Oh, that's Yi. Oh no, wait. Hold up. What?
聘，
What? Oh no. Wait. Wait.
醋，
Heck you, vinegar. uh.
偏见，
他们在这里对外国人有偏见。
偏见. Okay.
壮实，
这是一个很壮实的长凳。
当兵，
当兵需要体能。
Or military service, serve in the military. Okay. What, the orchid? Oh no. I'm gonna wait.
或
Oh my goodness. Oh dang. That's sometimes that's a typo.
黄昏，
我们在黄昏时回家。
监视，
他们使用监视设备保护安全。
踢开，
他踢开了门。
I like to say today's going really, really well, but I mean, it can turn south at any time, given that the average is like 98% or 97%. It can just fall off the face of the planet all of a sudden.
挤压，
牙膏管被挤压干净了。
Yeah, squeeze. What? Oh, wrong phone. Wait.
城墙，
古城墙，
遇到，
我遇到了一个奇怪的问题。
Or encounter or find. Find. To find meat, but It's also bump into. Okay. Rip. That's ba. Counter. I tried. That's not it. It's fine. I didn't want to type back, so that was.
郊区
郊区比市区安静得多。
I feel good. I feel
坝
good after being able to say something today. It was very liberating.
为
You practice that?
压力
Okay.
傻
Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa.
傲慢
不要傲慢，要学会谦虚。
末尾
这本书的末尾有一个惊喜。
What the heck? Wait, what? Despair? Oh no, that's tragic. Hmm. Why? Wait.
线
Hmm.
丈夫
她的丈夫很善良。
挑选
Oh,
她挑选了一件红色衬衫。
I must have wrote the wrong tone.
了 炒锅
你知道怎么用炒锅吗？
What the?
不想
我感觉到了不祥的气氛。
No, not like this. Hold up. Not the umbrella and the heckin' umbrella and hair again. This is definitely tragic. Oh, I got it.
悲惨
这是一场悲惨的意外。
Okay. Just had to. What? Oh, I thought I had that. Dang it. What?
见
That was disappointing.
撤以头痛
我最近头痛很严重。
两侧，
街道的两侧都是树木。
两侧。Okay. Heck. Heck! I went for it and it failed. What? Oh no, that's not it.
债务，
他正在处理债务问题。
That's weird. That one's weird.
侧面，
房子的侧面有一棵大树。
Heck! Heck! What? Oh, man. What in the...
歇工，
工人因为雨天歇工。
Okay, I need to think about that one. That's not helping. What the watchtower in mouth? Oh.
感叹，
老人感叹这些年来的变化。
No.
.拨款，
我们必须为紧急情况拨款。
屋，
Heck! Oh.
数，
It's over. Oh no. Oh, you are so recognizable. Yet.
急，
Oh my gosh. What's happening right now? Oh, that sucked. What? Ay, ay, ay. What in the... I don't know what's going on anymore. Uh...
总结，
全面总结。
Dang it! What is... Alright, I'm gonna try this.
进攻，
这是一场意外的进攻。
Oops. Why? What's happening? Speak to me. Why don't I remember what you are? What is that crossbeam doing in there? Is it like... Oh no, I don't know.
应
Oh no.
组
What the heck? What?
出场
绝不让废品出场。
间
Oh,
吗
obviously. Okay.
壮观
山上的景色十分壮观。
Magnificent. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
华 宝库
这个图书馆是知识的宝库。
这个这个图书馆是日式的宝库。How do I do like like a treasure trove? Heck! Oh!
习
Yeah. Oh no, treasure works. Okay. What? Oh, cherish. They're all related. It's fine. Wait.
交锋
他们在辩论中交锋。
Yeah.
幻觉
他经常有幻觉。
Oh no, that's not how that works. That's Japanese. Oh wait. Is that still true though? No. Is it? No, it's not. Oh no. I still don't know what this is. Oh wait. Dang it. The bottom thing looks so weird. Oh, this is so disappointing. Like I don't even know what the meaning is. I don't even know what the I can't even break this down. Look. Theme. A caliper. Wait. Oh my gosh.
寻
I don't even know what the I mean, I don't even know what the mnemonic was. Something like that's so awful. But we'll go with it for now till it becomes truly gone. Probably more noticeable in a sentence. Not the mouth. We worked on this. And it's gone. Oh no, wait. It's back. Heck, it's not. Oh no. That's the spelling is fine. What? Oh no, wait. I think I know what went down there. I don't. No. Okay.
很新 宽大
我喜欢宽大的客厅。
巨
What? Oh no, wait. That's refuse. Hmm.
"键盘
这是我最喜欢的键盘。
Okay.
掏钱
这次由你来掏钱吧。
铝
What? Wait. Oh, Hong Shui.
二 所以
天太冷，所以我不去了。
Wait, what? Oh no, wait. It's 江水.
江水
江水,
江
not
水清澈
江水,
见底。
江水. I'm like, no, that doesn't make any sense. Oh man. Oh, okay. I see how it is.
红扑扑
运动后，他的脸红扑扑的。
Man, things are getting wild.
等鱼 也
Ugh, that's fa. Um. I just threw it out there. Okay.
受罚
他们因打架而受罚，
Accept responsibility or punishment. Or to be punished.
米醋
这道菜需要米醋，
审 肺炎
肺炎很严重，
凉爽
秋天常常很凉爽，
Oh boy. Um.
药 笔杆
他把笔杆弄断了，
非凡
那是一个非凡的机会，
麻醉
医生给他麻醉了，
唱
What the heck? This feels like it's recent. Mouth and two body parts again. Guard. And guard. Oh.
拉
Oh, I missed a G. It's brutal.
"承诺
承诺需要付出努力才能实现，
No, it's weak. Even for being recent. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense.
屏障
Oh, it
我们
does.
需要一个屏障来保护，
Oh. Ah! Hmm. Oh, I think I figured this out and now it's gone. Oh, right.
拐点，
我们的讨论进入了一个拐点。
在，期盼，
他期盼有一个新开始。
Or I guess just hopes. 期盼 periods hope. Hmm.
血液，
检查血液可以发现疾病。
What? Oh no! Wait! It's two. It's two.
"半途而废，
不要半途而废，坚持到最后。
Oh no! That's emperor, not imperial. Oh, extraordinary! I've got to the A. It's atypical or unusual. I think unusual is fine, but unusual is a little bit more negative.
作废，
这张票已经作废了。
灭绝，
这个物种将会灭绝。
What? Oh, eliminate. That's kind of similar. What? Wait. Wait.
暴风雨，
昨晚的暴风雨很强。
Oh no. Oh.
记，消灭，
酒精可以消灭细菌。
Oops. Wrong tone. I meant to type 3 there.
液体，
牛奶是一种液体。
What? Oh, wait. Oh no. Wait. Oops.
自语，
To hope for. It's an auspicious look forward to. Hope. It's a finger ring. Hmm.
魔
Hmm.
暴力
他反对暴力，
What incarnation is all of that? Oh.
炉
I think finger is fine, right? And
指甲
他不小心把指甲弄断了，
okay. 指甲 What? Oh, fingernail, not ring. Yeah, fingernail. My bad. Okay, it's fine.
指
That one's weird. Oh, yikes.
挖 绑 盐
Hmm.
碟 瓶
What? Oh. Okay. Yeah. This one kind of
Mo.
sucks right now. That's slow, very slow.
木 门铃
有人按了门铃，
Um.
烤鸭
这家餐厅的烤鸭很好吃，
甜
Oh. Darn.
区域
这个区域很美丽，
墨
Hmm.
力
Wait. Which Lee is this? Stern? Oof, this one.
或
Dang you. It's not a gap. This is recent, right? I think this was. Like licking in a gap. This is a pass. Broad. Yeah. The gap was broad. And the tape. We're trying to make the adhesive tape. That's from yesterday. So we just push through for a second round. What? Okay, it's not Frodo. It's oh.
Hoang 询问
他们正在询问顾客需求。
What the mace, dude?
与
What in I think that, yeah, I think I know what.
感恩节
我们在感恩节吃火鸡。
茶壶
他喜欢用这个茶壶泡茶。
浪漫
他喜欢看浪漫的电影。
Man, romantic is weird.
板 词
Oh wait. It's kind of like eliminate, go extinct. I swear I typed extinct, but in general, but fine. I think this is 汗水.
汗水
汗水有一种咸味。
Perspiration. Fair enough. It just went over this, right? It was like broad or wide. We're pushing, right? We're pushing that.
盼望
他盼望能早点回家。
I don't know why. Okay, fair enough. You want one extra word. And you also want one extra word here too.
年
Right.
紫色
他的鞋子是紫色。
It's been a good day. This one's one of the winners, right? One of the stronger days. So now we're going on character overdrive. Looks like character overdrive is happening. All right. Yeah, I'm not gonna do a prompt today. We'll push again. So in the next 3 days, I need to do 2 double prompts, right? If I do 2 double prompts, then that brings us up to current again. Yeah, not today. Not today. It'll be alright. Still have half a month. I can't pass up the opportunity to talk to people. Let's see. This is... Wait. Lan. No. Tian. Ooh. Wait. Is it just cool or is it cool? Cool. Lan. Jie. Chong. Oh, Chong is kind of weak. Chong. Fen. Sheng. Chu. Oh wait, that's not Sheng. This is Lao. Sheng. Chu. Jiao. All right. Lots of characters. Okay. Tianting. Heck. Xing Lai. Shen. Shen 什么？旋转。河谷。无赖。Or yeah, 无赖。香谷。 Shen. Shen Li. This one's the trickiest one, I think. Fen 什么? Fen Lei. Okay. Yeah, Fen Lei. Okay, so we have Hulk in the basement of the beach house. Dig, dig, dig with a giant mortar. With a giant mortar in the soil, right? And then looking for missiles. Kaboom! Destroyed. Hulk is fine. He's indestructible. Okay. Then we have Jimmy Neutron in the bathroom being commissioned by the pawn shop owner to create arrows. And he cleverly used some bamboo and some tusks. Now we have Koopa, who's chilling in the house, in someone's house, maybe in a house party, in the bathroom, came across a bottle that proclaims, or declares actually, there's some strong stuff, but Koopa, mischief, drank it, slapped right on the ground. Too strong for turtles. Alright, now we have Legolas. Legolas taking a vacation time. Oh no, Legolas is managing a pawn shop on his spare time. He wants people to enjoy the fences made of elvish wood, right? Elvish craftsmen, wooden elvish wood, and he was advertising it next to his other stationery stuff, other wood products like letters. Next to the entrance, right? The saloon doors. Okay. Then we have Jimmy Neutron, who is in the electricity plant, trying to take care once again of a turkey problem. So the turkey went around severing connections to willy-nilly to generators. Jimmy Neutron pulls out a high-tech spade. Guess I took care of the business by severing the turkey's head, or mind controlling it, whichever. It's a spade. He converted the spade. I don't know. This one's relatively weak. Then we have Charlie Brown, who's in the basement of the temple. Well, somehow he's been roped into feeding expensive wooden dollhouses, his dollhouses to a dragon. Right? He's pampering a dragon somehow. That's the life of Charlie Brown. What's dragon? We have Stan, Moon, and the dragon part. I don't actually know how that is. It interesting, and there are 4 strokes. I don't think I've ever written dragon out. Huh. So, like... Yeah. It. I like that. Okay. Pet dragon. Charlie Brown just wants a friend, right? Pet dragon's fine too. Let's see, we have Frodo, who's in the bathroom of the infirmary, where he's indignant after his long journey of mistreatment, and the doctors try to comfort his soul by maybe compelling him to fate with cross, right? Fate. Some flowers, possibly even some cash. Maybe have him seek shellfish. Okay, and then we have Legolas, who's in the taking a break, you know, doing some barn work, and some cows were being mischievous, right? Running a lot, damaging the expensive enclosure, the barn. They had to put them in jail, or, you know, put them in a cage. Then we have George Costanza, who's in the basement of one of his buds, his elderly bud. No, wait. This is the... Oh, no. This is the other one, actually. I have multiple. This one is Zhu. So Zhu... George Costanza is in the bathroom of an expensive house, right? He's been stationed, trying to be a host to receive people, but instead he just horsed around. Horsed around and messing with the expensive candlesticks. We have Shrek, who's in front of the English Manor on the luscious, immaculate garden, taking care of the domestic animals, which include some cows. And suddenly, they got abducted by aliens. Right. We're not interested in Shrek. He's an ogre. Then we have George Costanza again. This time he's visiting the house of an elder he knows. And the elder is very welcoming. They're both waiting for some delicious food under a sun lamp and burner to finish boiling and cooking, right? And then lastly, we have Jimmy Neutron, who finds himself outside of the bakery, entangled with a new experiment where he's testing some special silk that can be useful for fireproofing the store or the bakery, I guess. And he tests it with like his high-tech torch. That's probably the weakest one. Or this one is weak, and not the Charlie Brown one. Charlie Brown one's kind of okay. Legolas one is pretty good. Gel and yeah, Lao and Yo. It's pretty weak. All right, and the rest today, it was a good day. It was pretty quick, decent day. We had a visit, a bit of a yap. So I'm gonna push my Inktober prompt, right? So what does that mean? I have to make up 2 Inktober prompts. So the next 2 days will be double prompt days. I don't think there's any beating around the bush. I think WaniKani has a slightly heavy load tomorrow. Kind of would love it. Thing is a little bit more moderated. I could squeeze it in today. I don't think I would be in a very energetic manner to pull it off. I mean, if craziness comes to craziness, I could do a triple prompt day on the shortest WaniKani day, which is coming up soon. There's a very short WaniKani day. We have 3 spare days. We have 3 days before the level up in WaniKani, and those are going down in volume. So tomorrow it could be a single prompt day, then the following 2 days will be a double prompt day. Then we would be caught up current again, and then I would have to make up another day because the following day is the level up day. Level up days I'm not going to do double prompt. 4 hours plus 2 in it, like 2 hours here, 6 hours straight is far more than I can hit. Last year, all the previous years, I actually just clear the entire calendar of things and focus on drawing. So this is still a little bit tough. Although this time my prompts they get faster over time and they get more involved and more iterative over time. So I'm learning to lean in on something. It's kind of cool. I'm thinking there's a potential to make like a 3D printed things. I'm kind of thinking about I can actually turn whatever idea I have currently into something to be considered. I could make a line of cards or something. That'd be kind of interesting. Anyways, more on that later. For now, this is the end of our session, HanziHero session, right? If we're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. I'll probably take this time to catch up all the videos and whatnot. Oh, I forgot to share this with Procall, and others, whoever random 1 or 2 people. So YouTube is rolling out a new feature. Oh, you're still here? Okay. Here's something interesting that happened, Procall. YouTube is rolling out a new thing, like a new feature for creators, and I don't know, they say they select randomly sampled people and whatnot to do this. Maybe that's the case, or maybe that's a lot of people. Regardless, it's called courses. So it's a special listing to queue up a playlist of things deliberately designed to educate people. So videos in a video series in a different category that is designed specifically to walk people through instructional material. And it was unexpected. I don't know if this has a pre-selection for education. It is something that I imagine YouTube was going to do at some point. Twitch, in my opinion, is completely user-based. So when they introduce a category, it's really up to the user base. But YouTube might not be. And the thing about that is I kind of like that there's some sort of pre-selection for it. I don't know how they also mentioned that advertisement and stuff, obviously, but maybe because it's labeled as a course, an educational thing, that might be something that helps discoverability in a different way. So I haven't decided if I'm going to convert something and write it as instructional material. Now, the thing that I think I get worried about is providing instructional material. There's a fine line between providing results versus results for accuracy versus results for efficacy, right? Oftentimes education is often defined by accuracy. And I think that is not quite the courses I would be designing. However, it would be kind of interesting. And there are many topics that I've cultivated over the years that could be used as a casual instructional things. So like the thing about the courses is they're going to be purely instructional. So I do not make any claim or disclaimers or anything in it. It's not going to be like a discussion type thing, like the stuff that we ramble about, you know, that's not going to be the format. It will be the format that I used to do as a professional, which is you do seminars and you disseminate information in an organized way. It will be scripted and like recorded in advance, and everything will be written in an organized way and disseminated in an organized way. So it's not the type of thing that I have done in a long while, but I have to look into what does it mean to list something as a course. If it creates a pre-selection and a vetting process, I would love to try to do something formal. And I've been waiting. I actually anticipated something like this to happen, where there's a splinter in pre-selection, so that things can be less of a mess and more incredibly dependent on an algorithm, right? An algorithm removes the mess, but when you're doing discovery, it's kind of a mess with a bias. And we can start small. Like, I would love to do a series where if you analyze a problem, right? Maybe like it would be a case study problem. I love doing these in seminar classes. In advanced levels, right? Like whichever field you're in, when you get to like graduate level studies, oftentimes most of the curriculum and stuff is seminar based, and the seminar based curriculum is to exchange ideas while giving a very proper format. So the person presents an idea, an analysis of the idea, like they would collect a primary literature. So they would use primary literature, analyze it, disseminate its core points, and then following that allow for feedback and stuff in order to present the next one. So I have thought about taking smaller examples and then start building up to a larger example. So it could be arranging anything, but the idea is it would be what would be a series called? It would be critical analyses by me. So I would take something and then I would poll for the question at hand. And it's not to give answers per se, but to challenge the idea that things you want to think about, things you want answers to, or what I think would come to mind when I look at things. So say there's going to be a trend on a primary literature that suggests a media coverage of a primary literature that suggests this particular compound X is able to do this. So I would do maybe like a 15 to 20 minute video about instructing how to go about taking apart the information for use for application in question. So not necessarily an instruction to tell you what to do, but an instruction on how to think about things. And that would allow me to do pretty much about anything, right? Like the context itself is independent of the instructional skill that I'm trying to demonstrate, which I haven't really actually done that except every once like 100 days or every end of something, which is a very long period. I wanted to convert basically the things that I've done at the beginning, end, and in interim reports as the format. So I'm kind of curious. I have to think about it. It'll take a lot of prep time and whatnot, because if I'm gonna design a course, at least in my opinion, and obviously YouTube is not suggesting that there's a disclaimer or something like, oh, everyone, only professionals can do this thing. I just like the idea that when someone comes to this section, they're looking for educational material. They're looking to acquire a different skill. But I'm not here to give you the how to make something. Like, I feel like a lot of people's content can already be filtered into the course section. None of this stuff that I does, because it's not instructional. 99% of the stuff that's being shown is not instructional. It's demonstrating. Demonstrating to me does not come with instructions, right? And the way to describe the course is purely in a way to instruct, right? So it would be a different format now. I wouldn't be treating or talking as a way of creating equal exchange. This is when you're in the classroom environment where the instructor is the one responsible for disseminating the accuracy and the fidelity of the information. And it's not up to conversation, as in you're there to provide feedback at the end, but it's not a discussion of how I execute my presentation, which is interesting. And even then, like, I still welcome feedback, because I've been so long in the position where even in grad school, what you're looking for is you're looking for feedback. You're looking for peer review. And that is something that I don't think that's what YouTube is looking for in terms of courses. So I haven't done it in a way where maybe there's a way to separate. And if someone's looking at courses, they're looking to be informed about something, as opposed to being entertained and being treated as an intellectual equal. I don't think I've ever done that I think it's been over a decade since I've ever felt where I'm writing something for the sole purpose that someone is going to be looking to benefit from it, right? I don't offer benefits or guarantees, so it can be a little bit up in the air. I haven't decided how I'm going to go about that. It can be about this stuff, like converting, looking for like breaking down one's own aptitudes, like providing theoretical and conceptual ways of looking at how to optimize, self-evaluate, and not emotional stuff. Like we're not talking about emotional stuff, but it'll be interesting. I don't know yet. It happened yesterday, so the stuff showed yesterday. I'm not prepared for that at the moment. Lots of interesting things happened this week. I can't wait to see what the future brings. I think I can do these pretty short. Keeping them short will be interesting. Like, I don't know if the courses, when you think of courses, often people think of 50-minute things, right? Like classroom things. However, I'm actually doing the opposite. Oh, I'm kind of doing the opposite. I'm trying to reduce the things that I spend hours talking about down to something like 50 minutes. And that can really force me to be more trite and concise with these concepts. Like, the first concept is time management. And that's probably probably the first concept, which is time management. Maybe like I really don't like the idea of saying study strategies, but more so maybe like, yeah, time management is a tricky one. Yeah, time management is very tricky. So the nice thing about things that are tricky is that as long as you put in a lot of effort to cover the many versions of time management, it feels like there's something for everyone. That's the tricky topics are the ones that feel, for example, I can tackle archetypically the 4 or 5 different types of time management and then explore all the parameters and explain all the parameters that they are involved in. So like, for example, the first time management strategy would be procrastination. Procrastination would probably be the first topic. So addressing procrastination's place in time management. And no, it won't be something like procrastination is bad. It's the pros and cons about how one can utilize procrastination in an appropriate environment, right? And then we have spread out. So spread out, but not consecutive. So non-successive. So front load. So we do like, there's also front load strategy. Oh, there's so many, but at least principally for time management, we have different strategies. My mind is spinning when it comes to designing a course. It's one of the great joys of teaching. So where we have front load as a contrast to procrastination. So what the idea is to, how can you elevate your procrastination? How can you elevate your front load? And what are the pitfalls that you want to mitigate, right? That's the type of thing. It's not to say if the strategy is viable or not. It's to educate, to be aware of what you can take advantage of, because it's a mix. Some days you procrastinate, sometimes you front load. Front load is when you do everything first and quickly, and there are drawbacks to that. And then we have spaced non-consecutive, and then consecutive spaced. So oftentimes non-consecutive is a small burst. So they're distributed burst, as in if you know that it's going to take, I don't know, 36 hours, you split them into 3 12-hour bursts with a lot of void time in between, right? And that deals with the concept of background processing. So front load and procrastination rarely has background processing involved. When you do non-consecutive, there's a lot of background processing, and consecutive ones whenever it's space. Consecutive space is like you distribute to the lowest volume that you can feasibly do in consecutive. It doesn't have to run the entire period, right? So if it takes 36 hours, what is the lowest interval that you can stay concentrated? So like 30 minutes. So then you would spread the 30 minutes in consecutive days. This is a different aspect because there's consistency involved. You are consistently doing something as opposed to being non-consecutively doing something. Front load can be consistent, and front load and procrastination is part of a consecutive property. But the consecutive property has long-term and short-term effects. Front loading and procrastination has short-term effects, like on the short term in terms of diligence. And then consecutive ones have long-term effects. They are very habit-forming, right? But you can make habit formations of these. How do you make and emphasize and improve procrastination as a short-form consecutive thing? You do many projects. So for procrastination and front loading, oftentimes a stagger format is excellent, because if you're constantly front loading, you want to stagger your front loads to get an achievable source. Like literally stagger the times. For consecutive, you can stack. So when you have a time schedule like this, you can stack the activities. 30 minutes this, 30 minutes that, 30 minutes that, right? Like 3 types of 30 minutes that don't overlap with each other. So you have to find stacking with some mutual. There's mutual, destructive, or destructive is not a great word, interference, right? And then synergistic. So when you do something like a spread out consecutive model, you can choose routes in which you understand that you're doing 2 activities scheduled together that are mutually separate from each other. And then you have there's a chance that they can be interfering with each other, right? And then you can do 2 that are staggered apart, that are stacked together, that are synergistic with each other, right? These are different aspects of having a consecutive spaced out time management. And then procrastination and front loading, you can use to compartmentalize. There's compartmentalization used for procrastination and front loading. These are the people who say, it's gonna suck, I'm gonna get it out of the way. It's gonna suck, I'm gonna wait till the last minute, right? And these run parallel to the type of personality as well, like the things that you approach. When you procrastinate a lot, it's not uncommon. It's very associated and correlated with someone who either exercise avoidant behavior. Procrastination leads to, avoidant behavior often leads to procrastination. And then there's the front loaders who prefer to compartmentalize the duty, so when they get it done, they don't have to think about it anymore. Meanwhile, when you have spaced out things, those are individuals who focus on background processing. So you can brainstorm and ruminate over the course of the working model. And oftentimes this is tied to the nature of the project, right? The nature of the project has a time schedule, right? And it also leads to the goals of your client. How can you leverage that? So that, to me, is already pretty awesome. Like, I can already think of 60, 70 videos regarding these topics, but it would be very slow and methodical, as opposed to like, oh, hey, you forgot this, you forgot that. It's like, well, yes, I haven't gotten to it yet. That's the whole point, right? But I haven't thought about this at all. Right now, what I'm currently doing is that it's a mix of all these things. It's very difficult. Like, that's why time management is tricky. Oftentimes, there are elements of all of these things in someone's schedule. The question is, are you able to try to find some clarity in all of the mess to choose when and where to tweak and how to tweak it? And creating the awareness through instructional material is probably a great way to do that. Now, my biggest concern, obviously, is that there are plenty of internet gurus out there, and their goal is to simplify the matter. Like, I often talk about this. It's a big thing that I keep in mind. Simplifying is different from dumbing down. Right? Dumbing down is reductive in nature. You can simplify things for clarity, but it's not to make it any less complex. It's to capture the complexity in a manner that is, instead of using the word simplify, it's more in a manner that is comprehensible. Comprehensible, approachable. And relevant. When you simplify something, you can get a bit of relevance because it's so simplified that it can be generalized. So, in my opinion, many of the gurus out there, which is for very reasonable, pragmatic reasons, when you're selling something, you want to simplify, get to the chase, cut to the chase. The hustle culture, right? There's trade-offs that they have to make, right? So when you simplify, it becomes incredibly generalizable. So everything feels relatable because it's so general. When was if you ever meet someone who believes in psychic readings, the readings are generalized enough to a pattern, and that pattern can be interpretively generalizable to most people. Like, this person is 40, they probably experienced a hardship sometime in their life. So if you generalize like, oh, there was a time in your life that you struggled with something, of course, statistically, you are likely to be able to interpretively find that to be applicable to you. So when it comes to instructional material, the idea is to reduce, making it generalizable, but more comprehensible and reliable despite its complexity. Right? So none of the, oh, it's easy, you do 1, 2, and 3. Oh, it's easy, you just liberate time. No, this is an example of how you can tweak this. I'll give you an example, and then hopefully you can apply that example and extend it to your own examples and your own anecdotes. That's the way, in my opinion, what makes universities, at least in my opinion, in my ideal case, instructional, right? You say something, you use an example, and you hopefully, with enough context of that person's professor, like your professor when you're in professorship, you have an edge that YouTube and Twitch does not provide. Maybe until now, right? Until now. Like, for example, Twitch does not provide this. When you click on education or studying section, it does not provide you with the expectation that represents what the thing is when you're doing it. And at least for me personally, when I say I'm studying and co-working, I'm literally wanting to study while co-working with other. Why does that sound so weird when I'm saying it? That is the idea, but that doesn't fit all models. So in YouTube, that might not still work out. But the idea is it's still more than, hey, oh, this is just another guy gonna give me the Skippy, like, I'm just gonna come in and ask them for a hot take. I'm not here for hot takes. Hot takes, in my opinion, are great for business. It's great for selling products. It's great for people who don't have a lot of time, right? And I personally go to people who can cut to the chase when you don't have time. When I make a course, I'm not here to say that your time is invaluable. I don't sit here and make fluff pieces for things. I want to tell you that yes, all these things are important to me, and I want to inculcate that it is important to you. But if you choose to say it is a waste of time and it's not worth your time, you at least know how long it is, what its intent is, and you don't have to watch it. Which is great, because that would help me a lot. It would help me in a way that when I actually and hear me out, I know I say I do my best all the time, but I'm doing my best in a different way. Like when I'm streaming, the energy is placed in somewhere else. It's placed in empathy, which is what I was ranting about earlier today, right? In this week, the effort is placed in empathy, trying to mutually discuss things, right? That's empathy. Trying to exchange ideas, trying to be cognizant and synthesize stranger information. That is where all the effort goes in. That is literally empathy, even though I constantly get accused of being unempathetic, right? That's what I mean by that. But if a course is set and it selects enough, if YouTube presents it in a way enough, I think it can remove my haphazard wariness. Like, it's a compensation for my coping, right? It's a coping strategy. Basically, I like to believe that when they want a separate section for education, when people go in to discover educational instructional material, they come with a different set of expectations, right? No, you are not there to argue against me or share opinions with me. You are there to tell me if the things I'm saying are helpful or not. As in, if they're not relevant, explain with an evidence of how it is relevant or not relevant, right? It is not about the idea like, oh, okay, I don't vibe with you, right? And then that's your constructive feedback. That is, I welcome all those things, but that's not going to be the intent if I am to make a course. Like, I thought about the whole master course thing and stuff, like master classes and whatnot. I want something that bridges those. But the thing is, when you get someone to pay for something, right? When you get a master class, there's something that happens psychologically. When you pay for something like a tuition, an education, there is a lot of strong, already pre-selected commitments on top of all the self-selection to make you want to make it work. When you apply for a job, you work really hard to get the job. So making it work becomes a commitment, right? That's where content creation has no inherent built-in vetting process. It is through the cultivation of relationships and empathy and parasocial relationships that create that vetting process. So what happens is the most popular people get the most opportunities to gain a relationship status, a parasocial relationship status. That is independent of whether the stuff they make lead to codependency or have instructional material in the first place. It's what they do that they like that you become attached to. And that's great. That's a awesome, wholesome way to exchange entertainment, right? Now, the thing is, despite those, there are plenty of there are wonderful channels that do instructional material as well, but they are not pre-selected to be encouraging to do instructional material. The people who go there are there to be entertained first before being instructional most of the time. Like, when you look at the majority of comments, I'm not saying there aren't people there. There are really wonderful people in like the Green Brothers comments and whatnot. There are exceptional communities. And even within those exceptional communities, it does not stop someone from behaving normally. Like, oh, that's such a neat idea. I'm probably not going to remember, but keep up the good work. Like, yes, that is an environment that is what is not vetted. When you step inside a classroom, right, you come with a different mindset. When you step inside a seminar, I'm not saying YouTube, this is like the beginning of that. It might be. I don't know, but I'm excited. I'm excited that this is going to draw criticism too, right? The thing about specialization and like grouping things up, it will bring critical feedback as well. So I welcome that. I don't think everyone else would welcome, like, everyone else would welcome more stringent expectations. But for me, the moment I post a course, the course is going to be different from everything that I've been doing. This is casual. We are colleagues, right? Whenever a stranger pops in, I don't ever assume they know more or less than I do because we don't know. Now, when you're in a course, there is an expectation. And I don't know if these courses cost anything or you can set them to 0. There was like a comment about cost. So all of the stuff I'm saying right now could be completely scrapped in the long run, because for me, masterclass sounds like something that I am not trying to make. I think masterclass has this accessibility problem, and then I'm probably not there yet. Maybe one day, I don't know, but it sounds like that's what they're trying to make it into. So grain of salt. It's exciting. It's something. YouTube is doing something, and it's related to education. And I'm basically, I get goosebumps and nervousness and anxiousness whenever education gets put up, right? I mean, Twitch was kind of exciting recently. Like currently, Twitch and Duolingo is collaborating, so like whoever subscribes get like 3 months of Duolingo Super. That's kind of neat. And then I saw that Bree had like a Duolingo like tag thing. That's really neat. Things like that, when people get learning and then they get enabled to use things because they're in a mindset of making things, I think the world can use a lot of that. In anything like crafts, fine arts, services. I think when people are enabled and instructed to understand many of the things that involve their daily lives, time management is probably way up there. And how can you tell where it is? Someone says, when someone goes up, it's like, oh yeah, I use my smartphone a lot. Let's go and look up videos on how to reduce my smartphone time. Right? But the thing is, it's very difficult to know what you're going to get when you do that. Or, oh, I have poor sleep hygiene. Pro call. I don't know. You're so this is practically inside joke now, right? Like, how do you prioritize, incentivize, and encourage yourself for sleep hygiene, right? And the sleep hygiene, that what you'll get in content creation is, how to always sleep at the same time, right? Try to always wake up at the same time. Like, well, yes, that is certainly one way to reduce sleep hygiene. So now let's investigate it forward, right? It becomes YouTube courses become a working and evolving collection of all these topics. So my biggest concern is that I would be unable to timely fulfill the qualities and standards that I set for myself. So that might end up involving possibly a workflow that has other people collaborating. So it's exciting, but at the same time, probably gonna be a bit of a while to come by, to work up. So I would probably try to start small, right? Iterative designs, like a crash course, if you will. I wonder if crash course is trademarked, but taking a chapter from Hank Green's crash course, right? The thing that he started there. The idea is to try to capture something and set up the expectation that don't stop there. Like, this is the this is the foundation. It's the testing ground. If you have time, attempt to mix and match and do all these time management stuff, because these time management stuff can form the core foundation of when you feel like you have control over your time. You can tweak it to your heart's desire, and it can be paced in a way that you don't get overwhelmed. So the focus is often, hey, I'll give you an example that I would do that would fulfill this archetype. If that sounds great, let's say we can try other things and try this thing. And that's, I feel, is very, it's a lot more approachable. I think the other way of approachability has come with a lot of shortcomings, but there are a lot of people making them. So if you're interested in that stuff, I got you. You know, I could even reference them. In fact, I will probably do that. I will probably reference contrasting or comparatively similar things. Like, what's a great dumbing down of time management? Don't procrastinate. That is, I mean, that could be a solution. If you spend like 5 minutes and talk about every way to prevent and mitigate procrastination, you will at least resonate with the vast majority of people and have a target audience that will find whatever you say helpful, because you're running the numbers game in terms of reductive simplification. You say things that are most relevant to the biggest group. My idea of courses and the courses that I make is focused on the nuances. We are deep diving nuances, but making them approachable from a comprehensible way, in a way that can be actualized in examples. And I think that's probably what I would do to contribute, or at least I feel like would complement things. Now, you might be thinking, but won't those people compete with you? You know, like a guru will come by and say like, dude, you're hurting my business. And I'm like, no. The goal is that if I succeed in what I think I want to do, it also means that they can decide if your product is more easily for them. So for example, when you inform people of the nuances, like if they reductively, their business is booming. So technically, if their business is booming, it will help me gain an audience. But my audience would then be people who are invested in a very specific product, but they would obtain the nuances of that product to better aid in spreading the word of the product that they started with. So it would be a synergistic thing. It would be a non-compete. Like, I don't have to take their approach and like one up their stuff. I build on what they have. And then I don't sell the thing that they already do. I look at what I can add to the trending products. And that would be the basis of my course. My courses section. The courses section is to build on what is available. Now, there is one very tough caveat. What happens when things become out of date? Courses have to be updated, right? And I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that as a single person. Be able to update things as they're going. So the idea is to tackle certain concepts that aren't rapidly changing. And that is so tough on the internet. Like, when was the last time there was a topic that didn't rapidly change in like within months or even weeks? Lots to think about, but it's got me on my creative, I'm I'm brimming with ideas at the moment. So maybe some sleepless nights as well. So that's what we're gonna think about. It's obviously not gonna happen this year because we've already planned out this year. But we might be able to squeeze it into like a monthly project, work on it, outlining it. I will outline the outline of the course somehow. Maybe we'll make it in a side load some stuff. It's like, oh, here's me planning for the course. So then on the non-course section, you can see how I go about demonstrating how I organize my course material and research so that everyone knows like what I'm including in the course, and then publishing the actual recorded thing. But then whatever I do during the live streams and stuff, that would be the BTS, right? The behind the scenes thing regarding the coursework. And that's to keep me honest with myself. Like that now if I'm producing something and publishing something, maybe that'll light a fire under my butt to be a little bit more risk-taking, right? I haven't done anything where my professional integrity is like really up for criticism. I think the most that people have tried to do is hurt my feelings. And I feel that's okay. I mean, I think professional integrity and self-worth and motivation and self-esteem is something that is far more resilient than someone's attack on your character and your feelings. Professional integrity, though, that's where for me is the most trigger thing. Like it's the most concerning thing. My professional integrity is my life so far. I don't really have people that I need to protect or people that are part of my family. So while others might have social vulnerabilities about other people misrepresenting them and possibly like scandals happen and family feuds and emotional things, I'm untethered at the moment. But when I become tethered, I would probably think that my public time would be reduced appropriately. I am not a person who swims with the romantic gesture that somehow this whatever I'm doing now is attractive to someone who wants to have a close relationship or like do things that requires the privacy of their lives. So obviously until that time comes, I could cite someone that you might be interesting. I mean, PewDiePie is back, right? So look at the type of content that he's putting out. It is a very much an interesting thing. You know, we talk about other live streamers like SQC and whatnot. Time and stakes are very humbling guides for really revealing the true nature of someone. And for myself, I sure as heck love to work on something really, really hard. Like really, really hard. And that pressure, I've often I love it and I also hate it. And I don't know how many people is like, oh yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Like I absolutely love being relied on. I love being reliable and be the go-to guy. At the same time, I also dread failure. I'm sure that's like, oh yeah, I know exactly how you feel. You know, that's why I never started becoming an artist and I never started playing the guitar because I dread a failure. Like no. I want to be very clear. It's failure after doing the thing. Like I do things. I still do all those things. The high is the consequences from the high. And that's not theoretical. So if I'm gonna do this, I hope it doesn't destroy me. That can happen. and I'll pick myself back up, right? I'll try to pick myself back up. But these are the things I've been thinking about in the last, it's been now close to 7 years. We're getting close to 7 years, right? On the Twitch side of things. And then we're closing in on, I think we've eclipsed 2 years. Very close to 2 years on the YouTube side of things. And before that, I've been doing this stuff, the stuff that you see online, like, no, I can't relate to other people who think speaking, texting, like protocol. Again, you have to excuse me for being unable to empathize with you. But my life dealt with writing constantly and speaking all forms of creative expressions while trying to be objective in things like diagrams, illustrations, that type of thing. I've been doing this for, I don't see a difference to me. Like, there's no difference. That's why I write on the screen. Like, some people thought that was a new age thing. Like, oh, hey, you do this like this other guy. It's like, yeah, you know, like what, writing on a chalkboard, writing in your book, taking notes. I've done this since I could, you know, when I was in kindergarten. That's when I started. So to me, it's focusing on leveraging, constantly leveraging and hedging your skills, constantly hedging. If you see a downside, work at it, like work a different angle. So when management comes, when a course comes, it's not focusing on what you can't do, is focusing on what you can do. If you can't do it, this course is not for you. But hey, there might be another course in the series that I would attempt to include for you, right? The idea is, don't give up on yourself, right? Say no to avoidant behavior. When something is bad, you can make it better. Someone out there has got to give you that, or you got to give it to yourself, because I think life, like, if there are any, most things I feel people say that they're have the rights to me are now privileges and entitlements. The one thing that I can definitely say that everyone's entitled to, and I will probably echo John Green, is living a life that's worth loving and being proud of. Either dependent on yourself or people around you. That is what everyone has the rights to. Not a Lamborghini, not viewership, not subscriptions, not like clout. Sufficient love, self-control, and, you know, a will, like, a source of motivation for life, right? And whenever the stuff that you say that constantly stack up is like, oh, this is bad, it's bad enough to constantly scare you away from everything, that's what we're going to try to use our professional integrity to change. It's like, oh, hey, if this really is irrelevant, skip to the end, right? Like, or try a different thing. Maybe I can point people in a different direction too. Like, for example, in the instructional material, right, there's citations. When you do courses in education, there are citations. But citations could be deference to other people's content. And it will, when I do this, it will be for the sake of application, not the sake of whether I disagree or agree with someone's opinion. Is to defer so that you get a more comprehensive perspective. Like, hey, sorry guys, I have not created the my thoughts on how to optimize procrastination. However, I have seen over my life that there are individuals who can represent this type of workflow, but they don't refer to it as procrastination. See these fairly people and see what you think, right? Because terminology and semantics do create nuance. However, they also create generalization and categorization that can only capture so much, right? In both text and speech. I don't see how somehow, like the person I talked to recently, that speech somehow will mitigate and alleviate conflicts of interest due to moral principles and ethical principles and philosophy. That regardless of the medium, if you don't understand that there's a self-contradiction of moral dilemmas, and somehow blame the medium or the act of the skill, that's where this comes in, right? If front loading comes at a different perspective, maybe I'll keep an eye for it. And the idea is to be synergistic and not destructive. Courses, education, to me, when it becomes about competitive process and like who does it better as opposed to how to elevate each other, I think that's when I start feeling sad and disheartened. When education becomes a business. And you might be thinking, it already has. It's like, well, yes, in many parts of the world, education has already become a business. There are things that I feel that enables the rights or helps uplift the possibility of gaining that, what I said, the love, self-control, right? Some way of self-control and self-esteem. Those things that you are entitled to, like deserving, you have the rights to, those things can end up becoming behind a paywall or like a competitive process. It's disappointing that it's not to say that they shouldn't exist. They obviously exist because it wouldn't be sustainable in that way. So if there's a goofball like me who's willing to add a little drop in the bucket that is not part of the sustainability problem, I am sure as heck going to spend the rest, like be happy with spending the rest of my life trying to do that. Others who need to sustain their models, they will be used synergistically, like so you can add to them instead of subtracting from them. Like I've grown very wary and tired. I'm going to be saying all of this if I start a course because the project is going to have the opening opinions, right? I become very wary to the point where there are things that give people the foundation to help you and help each other. But now it's become a competitive process where the clout and the business model that overshadows the value of the information. Actually, it's to the detriment of many people who I feel are compelled to do so because they have to in order to gain that influence that is necessary to even do the first task in the first place. And for the record, I don't think this is going to change that much. If I release a course, one person might see it. It's fine. The exercise is that I'm willing to create something that places my professional integrity under scrutiny. And that to me breathes new life to the things I want to do for the rest of my life. So for a lot of people, they're probably still looking for that, right? When was the last time you said like to yourself, for those who are still looking, like, what am I going to do with the rest of my life? Well, I ask myself that every 5 years, right? It changes every 5 years. But lately, as much as I love my singular encounters with individuals and whatnot, I have yet to actualize a product. I have not decided, like, am I gonna write a book? Am I gonna collaborate with a creator? Recognize a project that is left for posterity? Because I earnestly think that now I have sufficient experience to do some of those things. And if there's a soft bridge to that, I might entertain the idea. Shorts is not one of them. Shorts, in my opinion, for all those who gain a lot of success and stuff, they have different priorities than me. But shorts I tried. It works. It really does. But it represents most of the things I do not find comfortable pursuing, while others do. So I'm excited. It's still gonna be slowly steeping and setting up for like 2026 though. Yeah, that's what I wanted to share. I forgot about that. Anyways, that's a wrap today. I wanted to fill it up with something because we're skipping Inktober, right? Until then, focus back on the present. Still got to do Inktober. Got to complete our WaniKani and HanziHero experiment. I don't even know if I'm going to follow up with the second year or not. I don't know how that's going to work. So lots of things to think about. It's an exciting time. I think the internet is changing at a pace that you don't know what's going to happen next, right? And happen next. I got to see if anyone had already started using like the course stuff. I'm going to be talking about it for the next couple months. Maybe even lay the groundworks for something. And maybe, just maybe one day, we'll have the internet be a major source of instructional material that was intended to have the audience best interest in mind, as opposed to a means to an end of life pursuits and aspirations. I would love to see that the internet is also populated by individuals who are obligated from a professional integrity standpoint, as opposed to a combination of it, right? Like the clouds, the income, and stuff, because there's no income security for this type of thing. Until there is, it's very seldomly about not just about the education, right? Oftentimes education has become this foundation where there's some added security for individuals who's able to educate, but even that sense have eroded. In fact, it's ironic because it's the internet that I would say largely created a mentality that eroded that. But there's a silver lining to it. It's imparting and forcing competitively for formal education to change, to evolve, right? To compete. And I get where that's coming from. I'm not going to go in that direction where you like try to compete. I want to work with whatever is happening, not against. So with that said, that's a wrap for HanziHero session today. If you're going to watch this later, 谢谢. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself, try it out, let me know what you think. You're always welcome to yap, talk about things. We're here, I'm here, trying to put 200% into empathy, I suppose. This is the collective breeding ground and foundation for all of my experience. So, one or two people, those other people in the past, I hope they understand that because you talk to me in a public space, these will become the working foundations on how to make them more positive moments. If you had a negative moment to me or with me, I'm going to attempt to make it into an instructional, positive, useful moment. Unfortunately, possibly at your discretion, because you shared your experiences with me. Your experiences, I look for the good things, the useful things, the things that make people wonderful. With those things, you can possibly overcome the adversity that makes you feel like you're worth nothing, right? Making things, one thing that overcomes regret in life and living happily with whatever comes to pass is the idea that you slowly revisit all those things and impart value to them. Well, if you can't do that, you're welcome to share, and I will try to make value out of it. And if a stranger can make value out of something that is negative into something positive about someone else, I'm sure it can come as a way to motivate that person to see something positive in it because they know more than I do. So it would be the last thing I would want to tell people. Your life is worth it. Make it worth it. If it doesn't seem like it's worth it, well, you're sure as heck gonna kick and scream and make sure or find someone who makes it worth it, right? Together, we make life worth it. So all of this stuff is exciting because education can enable people to make their life worth it if they aren't already thinking their life is worth it, right? You're contributing to a whole and you're also contributing to yourself. So until then, with that positive remark, right? I'll see you guys next time. 大家下次见. Right. 感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Bye bye.